Welcome, 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 my people. The coffee machine is taking its time. What's up, guys? How was your Sunday, guys? How was your Sunday? My Sunday was great. My Sunday it was great. I think I went to church. Did you guys? Oh, wait, some of you guys still morning in some of your regions. Hello, Frederick Woodward or Justin. Hope this time you'll join us. We're having a very great conversation today. Majestic Celeste, you've just jumped right in. That's okay. That's okay. That's okay. That's okay. Hope you guys had a very beautiful Sunday, man. I'm just setting up in the background. I don't know why today I wasn't given the countdown. It's like, it's like discrimination. These guys didn't give me the countdown today, but okay. We'll start regardless. My coffee is on its way. It's boiling right now, so I might take a 30-second break somewhere within the stream to get to go and get my energy up. But not now, guys. It's 9 o'clock in the east side of Africa. Very beautiful night. It's been raining, so we thank God. I know, Frederick, the rains have come. I know it's cold in Nairobi. I don't know. I think even in Tanzania, Dar es Salaam, it's cold. There was a bit of a drought situation in the Horn of Africa and part of northern Kenya. I don't know, but I know there's floods in northern Kenya. So I don't know, is that a blessing or is it still a curse? Anyway, guys, welcome to the stream. Welcome, come in, come all, gather around. Let's talk. Today we're talking about something very special. We're talking about why is Africa poor. But before we go to that, let's start with the small talk, guys. Man, look, guys, today you guys are taking your time. Guys are taking your time to come. I might just play this thing one more time, waiting for you guys. Hey Sam, welcome. Yeah, man, yeah. Trust me, everybody, me too. That's why I need my coffee. That's what I'm stalling for the coffee. Oh man. Last night was a 9-hour stream. 9-hour stream. Today hopefully it won't be that long. Ah, Maria Antoinette is in the building. You know what? Let me see. Let me see if I can spice this up. Let me see. Welcome to the hidden hand, where things get. I think this is a more mischievous song. It's like something's up. Oh, I think this one sets the mood. This one sets the mood. Okay. All my life, I only made 2 beats, and you've heard all of them now. Okay. Let's get down to the small talk. I think it's 9:15, guys. Thank you for coming to the stream. Yesterday was a long stream. I think it's not even yesterday. It's this morning for me. Like it was this morning for me. Like I think it was around 7 o'clock in the morning when the stream ended in East Africa. So I don't know what time it was in the Americas, or maybe even West Africa. Probably 3 hours behind. But I'm sure all of you spend the day sleeping and recovering, so we can go again because we have stamina. You know, as Biggie says, was it Chanzan? She always says that, you know, Africans, we have stamina, we're strong, we're the strongest, as they all say. So let me start with the weird fact of the day. I'm gonna play this. I don't know why I'm in the mood of this. I think it's because it's Sunday. I'm in the mood. I'm in the mood of some humble beats that can't get the channel demonetized. Oh, okay. The weird fact of the day is that, did you know that the human nose and the human ears, that your ears and nose, they never stop growing. No matter how old you are, your nose and ears are always growing. So the older you get, the higher. That's why you have maybe elderly people with bigger earlobes and maybe longer noses. Just a weird fact of the day. So today is oh wait, I forgot something. Everybody has a hangover from yesterday's session. Today is my first time on the driver's seat. Usually I'm on the passenger seat. Right now, I can do this. I can highlight your comments, guys. Like look at that, look at all of this. This is how it feels, huh? Like, let me see if I can post something. Ooh, look at that. So it posts 3 times. Yeah, man. Today's a special stream. We're talking about why Africa is poor, man. I've been stalling for you guys to enter the stream. I think hopefully you guys are joining as we begin the stream. Let me post the links to other places in the WhatsApp group as you guys can join me, because I hate talking to myself. It's just I don't know. I don't know how the like the likes of Mika and Pastor Ezra, how they do it. These guys, you must have some nerves of steel. Because there, at some point, yeah. Let me post this stuff on the group today. I've got a lot of highlighting to do. A lot of eye-opening stuff, because I actually researched this stuff. I learned a lot about Africa. They were talking about a West African country called Senegal. So what do you guys know about Senegal? We're taking it easy this time. We're not going too deep. We're not going too strong. We're just having a chill Sunday. Don't forget to like and subscribe, guys. Also join the WhatsApp group. Let me see if I can post the link. I've always wanted to post the link to the WhatsApp group. Where is it? So that together, my guys. Well, let me play the mischievous song while I'm talking about this stuff. I feel like it's easier. It's much easier. So you guys join the WhatsApp group. I think let me post the link to the WhatsApp group, and let's have a very beautiful talk, man. Okay, thank you guys. Sorry about that. We're having some technical difficulties. I'm dealing with it. Okay, so today we're talking about why Africa is poor. So for those guys who I think you've seen the WhatsApp group, you've seen the chat, you've seen the links I've posted. I think I've done my due diligence on that part. Don't forget to subscribe to One Africa sister channel. Like, share, subscribe. So this it's the last week we began talking about morality in Africa. We had a very beautiful conversation with the Minister of Education, Chanzan, Marie Antoinette, even Dr. K joined us. Then on Monday we had Mika having his his interviews. Then on Tuesday we talked about traditions with Tanzan. Wednesday we talked about education. Very interesting conversation about education and training with the brain himself, Professor Ezra. Thursday we talked about riches in Africa, the potential in Africa. Why is Africa? Dr. Ebenezer himself talking about why Africa is poor by choice. It's a very interesting. I hope he joins the channel. The link to he joins the show today so that we can talk about why Africa is poor. I think he has very good points. Friday we had the weekly recap. Got heated. Saturday we had the diaspora talks. Now it just turned to fire. So today we're just going to cool things down. Today we're not and end the week in a very beautiful way, calmly, and let's talk about why Africa is poor. I'm trying to share today. I'm trying to share a picture about something. Today we're talking about total factor productivity. Basically, the productivity in this continent of ours. How are we productive as Africans? That's the real question I wanted us to tackle today. For some reason, everything is just going slow. So you guys have to bear with me. This is- Well, as we wait for the screen to load up and so that I can share the image I'm trying to show you, let's talk about total factor productivity. This is basically just how much output is Africa producing when you consider the input. So let me show you the graph right now. The graph is really taking time. There we are, there we are, there. Finally, I got it to work. I got it to work. Sorry guys. This is my first time trying to pull these things off. So don't get annoyed. Don't get impatient. Have patience. So let's start with a word of prayer. Dear God, bless the stream. Amen. So let's begin, my people. So today we're talking about total factor productivity. As you can see, these are two graphs over here. Productivity meaning total factor productivity means how much money do you put in a project in Africa, and how much money do you get out of it? That's really for those who want to invest in Africa, for those who are feeling like, hey, how productive is Africa? Because guys, we need to look at ourselves seriously. The first graph, as you can see with the pointing, what I'm pointing here with my mouse, that's Africa. This is Africa. This is Asia. Whoa. I'm back, guys. Like I never left, man. The devil doesn't want me to teach today. The devil doesn't. But we will fight. We will continue and do it, man. There's nothing else. There's nothing stopping me now. I'm sharing this thing whether they like it or not. The conspiracy theories can come there. As I was saying, as I'm back, I was talking about Africa, the productivity in Africa. So the first graph here, this is Africa, this is Asia. Now, let me tell you something about productivity in Africa. I think we tend to assume that Africa is a very productive place. I know a lot of us, when we talk about Africa, we talk about it like as if we're doing so well. But just look at the first graph. The first graph shows the total factor productivity. The blue part is the physical capital of a business. The light blue part is the human capital. The green part is employment, and the the part, this is where the money is made. This is how much money you make. This is the profits of a business. So this is 2000 to 2014. 2015 to 2017, we went down. But look at Asia. Now, this is the part I want us to look at. This is the interesting part about Africa and the productivity. This is the amount of labor that Africa needs to produce this. We need all this to produce this amount of productivity. This is the profits. Look at Asia. This is the amount of labor they need to produce these profits. You see what I'm talking about when we talk about productivity? This is something I just found out this week, and I was like, you know what, guys, I have to share it. I have to share it with my people. Let the people know that, man, maybe we need to really step up our shoes when it comes to productivity, because We're not doing too well if you look at this. So let me explain something to you guys. When why are we not productive, guys? Why are we not productive? That's the question I wanted to ask right now. For guys who are in the chat, maybe you can contribute, maybe you can join the stream, talk about it. But why are we not productive as Africans? That is the question that we're answering today. So let me give you an analogy from by this guy called David D. He's an economist in Kenya, and he says something very interesting. An economy, when you when there is when let's give let's give an example of something called farmer a farmer, maybe because we are agriculturists in Africa and we love farming. Let's talk about a farmer. A farmer has 10 acres of land, and he makes maybe 100 bags of wheat. This is what happens here. He makes 100 bags of wheat. So how does he increase productivity? Either he increases the land, one way or the other. The land, he runs out of land eventually, because land is infinite, land is finite. So the more land he increases, the more forest is going to have to burn down for agriculture, bad for the ecosystem. Second thing he can do is use fertilizer, which is way cheaper than land, but it still requires a lot of capital, and farmers don't have that much capital. So farmers don't you can't save. When a farmer saves, he starves. Farmers don't have that. So that's also another thing, that also there is also the negative side effects. So what can he do? He can probably get better seeds that increase the yield. So that's what I'm trying to talk about today, guys. Knowledge. Africa needs knowledge, guys. We need to invest in knowledge. Guys, nobody has even. For real, you guys not entering the stream. You guys want to talk? You guys really want me to talk to myself, man? Okay, I'll talk to myself. No problem. So really, that's the point. I wanted this to be the discussion of today. As we remove the hangover of yesterday. So let's talk about a country called Senegal. Now, Senegal is a very interesting country in the west of Africa. Let me see if I can post it. Today we are reading together. Now, I want to talk about Senegal, but before we talk about Senegal, let me talk about knowledge, guys. Knowledge is different. Knowledge and technology enable us to do more with less. And once the new technology is introduced, in this case a seed variety, it enables its benefits will spread widely at little or no cost. Word of mouth is sufficient to spread the news about Nanjala's. Okay, this is just an analogy about farming. That in economic accounting, we call growth associated with more material inputs factor accumulation. The growth that remains after we have accumulated the factor accumulation, we refer to that as total factor productivity. TPF is the growth that enables a society to become wealthy over the long haul. If we were to rely on tilling more land and feeding the burgeoning population that is in Africa, we'd wake up one day and find that we've cleared the entire forest, which is where we're heading. If we rely on irrigation and other material inputs, we'll soon run out of water, drown in a mountain of debt, which is kind of where we're heading as Africa. So what this guy is saying, let me summarize it here. Kenya is typical. Okay, this is the typical Africa story where we are using too much and not spending on what we really need to spend it. And the analysis of this point is we are squandering money on vanity infrastructure, projects of little or no economic value. When the government borrows domestically and invests unproductively, we're talking about African debt, it deprives the private sector of the use of those domestic savings on more unproductive investments. We also do not produce the capital goods that go into these investments. There is no money that comes into the economy when we borrow from China to build a railway. What we are really doing is taking Chinese goods and services on credit. But as every shopaholic knows, a credit card is burning a hole in the pocket right away. Asia, in the other hand, manufactures its goods, hence its infrastructure and other capital investments stimulate and create jobs domestically. Where was I? We already know that most of the capital in public infrastructure has little or no impact on productivity, guys. So today we're talking about productivity of Africa and why we're not spending on productivity, especially our governments. Somebody said right now, let me check out the comments. Somebody actually said, if I was yeah, they're actually registered as corporations, not countries. You see, Majestic Celeste, this is where you're wrong. Africa, if Africa was a corporation, we will be making profits. We're not even making profits. That was the point. That's the point I'm trying to say, that we're not making profits. We're not productive. Even if we were to behave like a corporation, we were not going to be a very productive one. We're not investing in productivity. We're investing in vanity projects that don't do anything. They're just there for show. They're just there to feed our probably I'm guessing low self-esteem, just to see that oh look, we have this big road, we might look like America. Oh look, we have this giant. Do you know that Nigeria has the biggest statue of Jesus in Africa? Like things like that, just so funny things that our governments are spending on that we should not be spending on. We should be spending on education, as we talked about on Wednesday with Professor Ezra, that we're not spending on the right things as Africans. Let's continue with this article because I really like it. Until somebody joins me, we're going to be reading articles. let me post the link again. Welcome, Mike Africa. Welcome, Maria Antoinette. Senegal is the only country in our continent to develop its own. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I think there was I think South Africa also developed. I don't know. I may not be sure about that. But okay. Maybe that's a good thing. That's a good thing they did. But let's talk about the other things they did. Let me see if I can talk about Senegal now. Now, Senegal is actually building a city. But Senegal, but when I talk about Senegal, this is just an analogy for like a lot of African countries. Just not, it's not Senegal alone. It's a, I think most of Africa right now we are dealing we're dealing with a lot of weird spending on vanity projects that don't bring profit, projects that are, projects that are not productive to our economies, that do not improve anything. Now, Senegal is building a futuristic city. It's actually I want to talk about. I didn't want to talk about Kenya because we kind of like we want to talk about more African countries that we're not coming from. I want to talk about Ethiopia, but you know what? I came across it and I thought that this is probably the best example to talk about. So Senegal has a debt to GDP ratio of 68%. 68% of Senegal, 68% of Senegal's output goes to debt. Is debt. Senegal also has a literacy rate of 51.9%. And let's talk about something called economic complexity. What is the economic complexity of Senegal? Economic complexity is just is how what type of goods are you producing in your country? Like are they how complex are they? Are they complicated or are they let me check this out. So this is actually a very interesting thing I found out like this year, that there's something called economic complexity, where how they measure how much of your goods are valuable, how valuable are your goods coming out from Africa. And I found out something. See if I can zoom this. Exports, imports, ranking, countries. Guys, check this out. View more. Let's count the amount. Now this is the bottom 10 countries. Let's go bottom 13 countries. Number last is Papua New Guinea. Second last. Now count how many African countries are producing the least complex goods in the world. It starts with Burkina Faso, Nigeria, Guinea, Democratic Republic of Congo, Gabon, Cameroon, Ghana, Mauritius, Libya, Sudan, Angola, Madagascar, Mozambique. I think this is a Arabic country. Oh, Mongolia, Algeria. Okay, now we are getting to more now Middle Eastern countries. But as you can see, Africa, we're not producing any productive. We're not really productive. We're not producing anything productive. So even if we were acting like a company, we won't be a productive company. I think what we are really, if I can just say, is probably I don't even know how to say it. Maybe we're just producing. I don't know. I think we're producing minerals for other guys. Maybe even probably it's the minerals that really is just the core of our. It's the core of our. Oh, Sam, let me look at the. Considering most of Africa's economy is agriculture based, maybe the mobile farming school might help. You see, this is actually a good idea. Where the but now who's investing in these things? That's what I'm trying to say. That who is going to invest in these things? We expect that the government should be like, hey, we're not productive. We're not investing. We should be investing in knowledge. We should be investing in education. We should be investing in things that makes us productive. Let me go back to let me go back to what I was trying to show you. The total productivity. Look at this. This is how much this is the labor. This is labor for Asians. This is how much Asians need to make this amount of profits. This is the red part. The pink part is profits. This part of the middle. This is employment, and this is labor. This is how much they need to make this level of profits. Look at Africa. Look how much we need to make that level of profit. Now the problem is, this may look fun, it may look small, it may look easy, but if this goes on for a decade, this if this, let's say this is 2000 to 2014, 2015 to 2017, 2018, okay, let's say 5 years. So in 20 years, this has gone 4 times, right? This has grown 4 times. How much has this grown? 4 times. The gap between Asia and Africa, it quadruples. Give it 50 years, it's just, and this is why Africa right now this is where we are as Africa, I can fire. Exploitation of minerals by Europeans is what African people is using for their stability, which is silly. Yeah. Let me post the link. There you go. But you will find that Africa, we're in the bottom 10, is full of African countries. I can fire, man. You can join the stream. Don't let me talk to myself. So back to my brother, our brothers in Nigeria. Not even our brothers, our government in Nigeria. I mean Senegal. So these guys, let me, what, let's just Google the facts about Senegal. Let me not just say it. Let's just Google those facts, and you'll just see for yourself. Today I'm going to enjoy just sharing this stuff. Okay. Senegal. You guys are seeing this. Almost half of Senegal. This is just an example of an African country. It's not really specifically to Senegal, but half of Senegal can't read and write. So if you're a government, if you're the government of Senegal, and you see half of your citizens can't read and write, what do you do? If you're the government of Senegal and your citizens cannot read and write, what is your next investment? What do you think? What is a priority in your country? What do you think will be a priority? Wouldn't you? I would think maybe education, right? It's a no-brainer. It's obvious, but this is what happens. Let me show you. Oh, I can fire. Welcome to the stream, my brother. Thank you for not letting me.
Respect, Tezi.
Welcome, my brother. We're talking about Africa. We're talking about productivity in Africa? How we're not investing in our productivity? What do you think about that?
Of course, I'm glad you asked. You feel me? Sorry for the background noise. But we actually don't want nothing for each other. I'm sorry to be controversial. Feel me? See, that's why we giving it to the white people. We know they gonna get rich as long as our neighbors don't get rich. You feel me? That's what we doing. We actually don't want nothing good for each other because of religion, though. All right, I want to show you something, right? When you say
Yeah.
productivity, where is the how do you make something for someone? All right, when you make something for someone, don't it show how you feel about the person? So where's the luxury that we make for each other? Where's the fine products that we make for each other? Don't we just roll things in a little plastic bag and say, here? Don't that's all we do, right?
Yeah, I hear you, my brother. I hear you, my brother.
So that's what I'm trying to say to you. Like, that's why there's no productivity. Because nobody is trying to their best to do the best for their neighbors. You feel me? Nobody is trying to say, okay, I want my people to be in the best condition. So there is nothing second that I'm give to my people. Everything gonna be the first class, everything. We don't think like that. That's what's going on. All of our poorness is psychological. It's not totally physical. It's psychological. That's why you poor by the way we think. You feel me? You can't go above your brain. Nobody can. And that's what's affecting us. Our brain is um um dysfunctional because of colonization, which is Christianity, you feel me, and Islam, which tell you that black people is not to be regarded, and your only regard is these little crackers, white people. You understand what I'm saying? And then you can see it in action, not in words. You can see it in action where the black people won't benefit around black people, but white people can come and benefit around black people. See that shit? And um that's what you reading on that graph. You feel me? You practically reading our mentality. Is That's what I'm saying, Tezi. You can go ahead.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Let me show you the graph. Where's
Yeah.
it? So what you're saying is that it's about we're talking about our neighbors. We're talking that we can't help our neighbors as Africans. We don't like helping our. So how the when you talk about productivity right now, let's talk about.
So
Let's use
see,
the example of Senegal.
so you
Huh?
see that graph? So you see
Yeah,
that graph? Okay, that graph on the right is Asian graph, right?
yeah,
So it is telling you that the Asians are working together in that green, right? It tells you that their minds is in a state where all of them want will work on particular projects until it's done. That's what the Asian graph is telling you. And over here in Africa, it's telling you that people have lazy minds. The green is telling you how lazy our minds is. Not our physical, our minds, our our cohesiveness. It can tell you how far our cohesiveness is from each other. That's how I see that graph. As far as you explain.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's a very interesting perspective you've given me. That, of course, I don't know. I don't know if you can go as far as call Africans lazy, but
No, our
of course,
minds, not our bodies, our
our mind.
mind.
Yeah. In fact, you made actually a good point. Maybe are we just not thinking about our solutions? We're just copying white people, Because look at this. Let me show you something. Let me show you something.
Mhm.
Because right now, this is what Senegal is doing. This is just an example. This is just what Senegal is doing. It's building a new city, and half of your population, half of your population can't afford to live in this city. More than half. No, no, no. Half of your population can't read and write. Not far. The guys who can read and write, they can't even afford. Look, it costs them how much money? It costs them $4 billion. Or is it $2 billion? $2 billion. Half of your population. Yeah, here it is. $2 billion price tag.
I don't see nothing wrong with that.
No, 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 no. Let me tell you something. If half of your population can't read and write, you're not investing in schools. You're not investing in anything else. You're investing in just. Let me give you.
Yeah,
Let me show
but
you.
I
Housing
see
that
that
is enough
as
for
I see that as
luxury middle class economic buildings near one another.
yeah,
Well,
but can I say something, big man? Right?
yeah.
I see that as I see that as elevation because what it does is um it inspire the the uneducated to reach farther. Also, it can give them employment. Also, the what the middle class is leaving to go to a top class is a change of guard. It's gonna be a change of guard in the middle class, where the extra middle class gonna go and be maybe that's a kind of capitalist, but the extra middle class gonna go and be in those cities most of the time, and and then you're gonna have a new middle class, which is part of the 50% uneducated. I'm thinking, you feel me? So it's a step, but that's not the biggest problems. These are not the biggest problems. That's part of the solution. Part of the
This is a
problem,
solution. This is a solution.
yes, it's part of a solution. You are you are giving status, structural status to your country. That's a solution. You feel me? It don't matter how you put it. It is a solution. $2 billion, $4 billion is not enough to do that, to do such a project either, but it's a good start. You feel
It's a
me?
debt. They borrowed money to do that.
Huh?
It's debt. It's debt. They borrowed money to do that.
Yeah. And they still gonna have to pay more because I don't think $2 billion can build any goddamn city.
But it can build a couple of schools, can it?
Yeah, it can build many schools. It
So
can
you're
build
saying
schools.
they did right by building the city and not building the many schools.
They haven't built it yet, but if they build it, then it's good. Because in the city there will still be schools. You feel me?
Who
So
will build the schools?
it's a city. What makes a city? How you think you make a city? It has to have hospital, school, and roads and offices and all that stuff. That's a city. If people go, if especially if it's a certain class of people, then there gonna be schools. You understand? I'm telling you. That's
Okay,
how you.
okay, okay.
Hmm.
My brother Big E, the biggest E. Welcome to the stream.
Respect, Big E. I wanted to come back last
Yes,
night. I
respect.
want Big E. I wanted to come back last night to 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 um to like make sure y'all didn't win, but I changed my mind.
I don't know what you're talking about, I Fire. We had so many discussions yesterday. Went over 9 hours and 43 minutes. So there was a lot of things that we touched in, but we've never done anything about it. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah,
I
man.
just came in
Respect.
to listen to you guys. Just give me a minute. I got a couple things I'm doing on the background. Okay, I'm listening. One to Tezi. I just want to make
Okay.
sure that I'm on it, and we'll talk further.
Okay, my brother Mickey, what do you think about this, my brother? Or is it a lady? Mickey.
Mickey, come up, Mickey or Mikey. But anyway, let's
I
let
had
them.
you voice. I had you
Uh,
on sound. I shut down the sound. How are you guys doing?
we're
Mikey.
doing
What's up, Mikey?
How are you guys doing, Biggie?
Respect.
Everyone.
we're doing fine, my brother. What do you think about the productivity of Africa and what's holding us back?
Uh, what's holding us back is, in my perspective, it's priorities. Like you said it before, we're focused on building. I'm not like opposing the city, the Senegal example. It's good building this kind of cities. It shows that we want to live better. But when we see the real part of it, when building a city, you need to focus on the people that are going to live there. If the world economy continues to this way, probably no Senegalese is going to live in that city in the future. So it's all made up for the people that can afford it. And when we see the people that can afford that is foreigners, especially the outsiders, the Europeans, the Americans, Chinese, so they're literally taking away the land. They're
Yeah, that's what I worry about. That's what I worry about. Who they building the cities for?
that's it. So in the
But I
perspective
told
of
you, but you just know. Let me give you an example. The middle class in Senegal is non-existent. Literally, majority
Mhm.
Oh,
the
damn.
average
That's
wage.
so good.
Let me tell you something. The average. You want me to Google? Let's Google it. The average wage in Senegal is $150. So I don't know. I keep telling you guys what are our priorities. As my brother Mike, let me not butcher your name, Mikey. My brother Mikey has said, what are our priorities? When you're building a city because you see white people building cities. You see people in Dubai. You see, and you want to be like that, but you're not like that. You see, this is what I'm trying to tell you guys. Why are we not African solutions for African problems? That's what I'm trying to say. That if you see white people, Western people, let me the Western, you see what you see in the West. This is what they're doing, and just copying them because you got that inferiority complex that is in all over Africa. You see, these projects, these are just all over Africa. It's not just in Senegal. I can even name them for you here. There's literally parliament buildings. Like governments have borrowed money from China so that the Chinese can come to build them parliament buildings, stadiums. When your people aren't even educated, when your people can't even build those stadiums themselves, that you need the Chinese to build those things, why are we not having our priorities in order? That is really on.
Shameful.
That's why I find it interesting that my brother I can fire. You can say that. Oh my God, I think you're even you're the same. You're just thinking the same like them. Like, hey, this city look because it looks beautiful in the West. It looks beautiful in Dubai, or you see. you want to say, you know what, let's take it in Africa. But Africa, we're not the same. We need to look at African problems. We need to look, we're not thinking about our problems. We're thinking about Western problems. We're thinking about Western solutions to African problems.
But
That is my point. That's my point. What do you think?
Tezi, education is good, right? And you have almost 50% of Africa is educated. Say 40% of Africa is educated. But ask yourself now, why is the educated useless? Why what is the use of education if you are useless when you get it?
It's
They're
I
not getting it. That's the point. If they
So
could get it, they would say, you know what?
no,
If they were
so
getting it,
my issue is with the structure of our curriculum. You have to understand that everybody is idiots at the same time. You see me? So that means the structure of the curriculum makes us idiots by the time we graduate.
Mhm.
Therefore, we have to change it to stop graduating idiots. Or it's like, how can you be educated and after you done, you don't love yourself? You don't love your people. Instead, you act like you bougie over your people. You feel me? You coming from mud hut, but you want to discriminate on your village people. You understand? So what's the use of your education system if you gonna look down on the market lady? You 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 have not been educated to say, okay, anything that's not right, then I'll fucking make it right and glamorize my people for love. Like, find a way to make my people look good, to make my people look desirable. You understand? To make my people feel better about themselves. There's no education system that does that. So ask yourself, take a look at that graph again and see what I'm talking about. That's the reason for that graph. Listen, it don't. You mean it gonna take 100% educated people for Africa to get better? Are you goddamn serious?
yeah.
You want to tell me that 40% educated can't make this next 60% um better? Do you understand what I'm saying, Wanda Tezi?
Nah, I think you're wrong. I think the more educated people, the more the GDP. It's just a fact. You can
No,
Google it.
I think you're wrong because the educated are in charge. There is no way the uneducated going come up front and let the educated stay back. You can't handle it. So the educated are in front. If they had any sense, they could make things better in a New York minute. Okay, Dr. Magafuli, 4 years. He hasn't even designed the people's mind yet. What if he has designed the people's mind the correct way? 4 years he has turned around the to a middle income country. What you think does that? A man that use his education for the benefit of the people, in which 80% of the educated is not doing that.
I think
Where,
you're hitting on something I can fire because this is something that I've been talking when it comes to education
thank you, sir.
is garbage in, garbage out. You understand? So that system has to be really reworked, and the percentage, the more people that are educated, the more people that are engaged into their future is great. You see, but the thing is, who is coming out from those university and how they've been taught and what they learned and how they're going to be going about in the job markets and all that. there's a lot of issues and
Yeah.
disconnect when it comes to the existing infrastructure that is there is dwindling by the days. The rating of certain universities is going down, down the toilet, literally, because yeah, you're a fourth year graduate, and if you cannot even write a paragraph about yourself, I don't know if you really graduated, or maybe you need to have some kind of other additional skill set that you need to be taught in, because that's one thing that we notice. The people that are educating others also don't have enough opportunity for themselves to get fully a grasp of what they're educating. Because for me, if I'm a science teacher and I'll go on the math, no problem, you're just going to go through there. When it comes to the literature, to understanding, so the word itself to be able to read, and you don't have that handy and become really engaged into what you're doing, it becomes like, just like any other part of education. Yeah, you know how to read and write, but you don't have the that strength of
Um,
engineering. You don't have that strength of being scientists. You don't have that strength to explore different
okay,
domains.
let me give you an example. Real big man, Biggie and Tezi. Um, Tezi is a educated subject, right? He's practically trying to find out what he's supposed to do with his education. You feel me? And he's on the right track by examining this thing. You feel me? But what I'm trying to say now is, look at there's an example of giving your people education with Somalia. You have a documentary where they got I think independence, and they was kind of communist, I think, at the time. They went on a educated drive. So you had maybe 20% of the country educated at the time, and that 20% was put on a mission where they go in the countrysides and wherever they are and do 2 months at a time of educating the villagers and all that stuff. And within a matter of couple years, 2 years, 3 years, the country went from 20% to almost 80% educated. So it's actually easy to educate the rest of 60% if you really wanted to. You feel me?
How? How do they educate the rest of the without spending on the education?
The government is instrumental. The governments are full. They should have education drive. You load educated people up in buses, bring them to the countryside, ask the people to help them, feed them, all that stuff, and they will educate them. You see
Let
me?
me
You make
jump
them
into
do
the topic and
But
you make them do a couple months in the countryside, educating the people, and do it in shifts. You feel me? So
mhm.
so what you do is every day somebody that's not educated get to get some education, and giving people some education, people will excel by their own selves. You feel me?
Yes,
So that's
yes,
what you
you're
understand
talking
what I'm saying?
socialism.
you're
That's
right.
social.
Big topic. Let me ship in an idea and jump into it. Uh, Education is the most key part, because when we see the most prosperous part of Africa was and the to the nearest regime was when Africa united at the 1930s, because most of the countries were coming out colonization. Ethiopia was at the peak with currency with one Ethiopian dollar. It was called dollar before birth, as the same as the USD at the raging
For,
of Haile
for real?
Selassie.
It
Yeah,
was called a dollar.
$1. Like I could, there's I'll show you. I'll send you a picture next time. We have it back
Yeah,
home.
please do.
So when I take you back to those times, the king, the leader, which was the king regime, the king was also the head of the education minister for 17 years.
Haile Selassie.
Yeah, they were head of the education minister for 17 years, as well as being the king.
Yeah,
So they,
I hear a lot of Ethiopians like they against the man, but you owe this king for your education, your very education.
I can fire. You know, there and when it comes to Haile Selassie, there's certain thing that's
It's
really
controversial. It's
gets
yeah,
controversial.
because
controversial, but at the same
history,
time,
yeah.
he pushed on education like a mad dog.
Oh
He
my
been
God.
sending he been
Oh my
sending.
God.
Listen, first of all, I don't know if you realize in any era the language were English, French, and Arab, Arabic,
Mhm,
and
mhm,
he instituted uh, schools in Ethiopia. He established the French school, the Italian school, the Arabic schools, and as well, you know, the English school. We have English school, we got American school, and sometimes people will ask, you know, have you been colonized by the British or something? Because they spoke fluent English, and they get surprised when it comes to the Italian side. They spoke fluent Italian because our alphabet allow us to articulate all these accents. So we've been gifted for that. But a lot of people used to demand that. But the main thing is that Haile Selassie sent uh, so many students abroad, especially in the United States and England, to learn
To
in the
come
science
back.
faculty. Yeah, and they came back. I mean, all these people
and
that he
serve
sent
the
out
government,
and
not
served the
their
government.
personal and the people. You're
I
right.
mean, if you
Oh,
notice the prime minister, Akulu told he was one of the men that should be honored at only any given time. This man didn't have enough money to even get married.
mm.
Okay, he was the prime minister of in Ethiopia, and he wrote so many
So he
articles.
was taking nothing for himself.
Nothing at all. And he was the victim of the 60 that have been shot by Derg. Okay,
Mm,
these are
mm,
brains that you shut down instead of
mm.
really going and trying to bring them up to speed on what the Derg wants, and it could have been a much better hands. If he started like nothing's going to happen, so we lost a lot of educated bodies at that time that have been vetted on these people to
Oh my
come back and
gosh.
help the country. So there's some other controversy on that came in on Haile Selassie, but it's not the point. But when it comes to the education, Haile Selassie did everything, including before building the dam. There's a little clip about Haile Selassie saying, "Hey, you know, we don't have the right engineers to build this dam, but we send out our people to learn how to
And
build it."
our children will do it in the future.
Uh,
Yeah,
yeah,
I
and
have, I
that's
have
what
a question for you. I have a question for you, my brother Biggie. You see, that's actually a very good example. I wanted you to actually say that. So Haile Selassie decided to invest in education.
hmm
Then you build the dam, right? Now, if he was living in this time of now, where he could just take a loan from the Chinese, and the Chinese would build the dam.
He wouldn't do it.
he wants his own people to do it.
Hold on.
Yeah,
He
see,
would
that's
have.
the thing I'm trying to say. That's the thing I'm trying to say. When you
Mm.
take a loan and give
No,
maybe the Chinese to build you a city, instead of educating your own people to build
Tezi,
them, to
it's the
build themselves
Derg
out.
that it's the Derg that caused that. The
Mm.
Derg should have moved on with the plan. Get those educated people to say who learned the engineer to do the dam because Haile Selassie sent you all, and the dam would have been built from the 80s.
Right,
What
but
do you mean?
the Derg
This
was
is
so
when the
busy.
hidden hand comes in. Let me tell you a little bit from what I know,
Hidden
because
hand.
yeah,
Ooh.
Okay,
the hidden hand was
one thing I want to stick on this a little bit on this conversation when it comes to education. and the Haile Selassie, what he presented. And if you remember, the Addis Ababa University was an accredited university to US and any foreign university. So you are in Addis Ababa University and you want to do your PhD or your master's somewhere else, every single credit that you spend in there is accredited. Now, forget it. It's not accredited.
Hmm.
So we got
It
to
went
come
down
back.
back
Yes,
to zero.
exactly, because it became garbage in, garbage out. But before, we used to have, British professors, American professors, international professors that do some of their theses in the country, and they bring the prestige along with it. When they say when they did their master, their PhD is going to be in Ethiopia. Okay, so now we need to really, it's not how many people that you're going to be putting out there, but we need to have quality accredited education. We
But
got to,
also what I think is we need a black consciousness also along with education. It is useless. Education is useless to a black man without black consciousness. It's useless. It's
well,
useless. You will not make your people survive.
right. And I mean, that's why we're trying to learn from the past, take the good thing out of the past, and move forward to bring the present up to speed, and then
I
look
think
out for your future and what is going to be
I
the
think
outcome.
Mike
I
wanted to
think
talk
I
about the
think my
hidden hand.
brother, my brother Ikan, I think you're wrong. I think without education, there is no black consciousness. I
Which
don't think
education, to be honest?
No, you
There's
I
can't
don't
say
think you
that.
can have black consciousness without education. I think education comes first, then black consciousness comes again
Okay,
second.
I am uneducated. How you like that? Let me say something to you, man. Morality is not education.
thank you. Thanks. You got it that
You,
one point.
you don't have to be educated to have morality or receive morality or act with morality. So so that's what I'm trying to say to you that a, immoral educated black man is one of the most dangerous person for black people.
Mm.
You see me? Like, you have to understand. Listen,
I
w-
disagree with you. I disagree with
we
you. Just look at the history of Africa. Just look at the history of Africa. Do you know
yeah,
of
okay.
a guy called Idi Amin?
Right now,
No,
look
no.
at the history of Africa. The educated ministers that you all have is a danger to you people.
Yeah, but they will
Am
still
I
be
right?
dangerous if you are not educated.
No, man. I'm telling you that their moral compass is off kilter. You understand? Their moral compass is not aligned, bro. So,
So let me
so
ask you something. Let me ask you something. Who teaches morality? Well,
um, listen. You have a couple different types of morality or levels of morality. You have Chinese morality, which is morality towards Chinese. You have white morality, which is morality towards white people and white elevation. Same with India. But where is the black morality? For morality for just black people and in aid and in the development for only black people. Where is that?
Above that,
Right.
there's human morality when we put it into general perspective, because
But
after
that can only
after
come when you
after
have
black morality, I think.
yeah, it can only come after you have morality towards your own people first.
Yeah, question. There's Sam that's asking you, Akamfire, if you can explain what you mean by black consciousness.
It
Let's
means,
go there.
I'm glad you asked that question, Sam. Black morality, it means loyalty
Consciousness.
to blackness.
Consciousness.
Black consciousness means loyalty to blackness. It means love black people more than everybody else in the world. It means you have put it on a ratio where your love is 80%, I'm sorry, 100% love for black and 50% love for the rest of the races. You feel me? It means it means when you are black conscious, nobody gets opportunity over the black person in your eyes. Black consciousness means no Lebanese feel welcome to have stores in your community. Just like just like in the white areas, no black people gets to own nothing. It means no nuclear, no military bases from another country can reside in your country because, especially if it's not black. You feel me? Because you only respond to black. You feel me? You only will permit blackness around you in terms of development and and power. You must only have black people being powerful over you. You only have appreciation towards black people. You, you cannot care or have too much care for the other races. The reason why I'm speaking this way is because we are in a predicament where the other races have this type of thinking towards their own self. So it is only fair that we think that way. You see me? It is only fair that we put a self-preservation um complex in our mind. You feel me? And we need to structure a royal standard for black people where where we only think that black people deserve to be in royal standards. So we in ourselves must never permit a black person to beg, to be a beggar. We must never permit um a black person to be homeless. We must never permit a black person to grow up uneducated. We must never permit a black person to be what you call it, subjected by any other races. We must be furious when another race put their hands on anybody in our race. We must not forgive nor forget things that people has done to the people in our race. Anytime we change those, anytime any detour from these models, it's to our own detriment. You can't say people will fight against you if you be like that, because people are fighting against you and you nice. I'm done.
All right. In that aspect of it, I can fire. If I can put the word that's been used actually by John F. Kennedy, he said, "Ask what you can do for your country instead of expecting the country to do something for you." Does it in line for the African?
It does, on point.
Of course we could take that model.
Okay, let's give space to Marie Antoinette to have a word.
Hi, hi everyone.
Hi, Mary
Hi,
Antoinette.
Marie Antoinette.
I have a
Hi, how are you?
Hello.
I have a question. Um, To what extent do you think the Tanzanian president's model of education has been more successful than everyone else's on the continent? That's my question.
It has not, because he hasn't changed the model of education. You feel me? Dr. Magafuli only had a financial solution. He did not have a moral solution. That's my answer. But I admire him greatly.
I have another question, my brother. I can find. How do you teach? How do you get black consciousness? If it's not taught, how do you get it? Does it come naturally, or
It
you
has to
just?
be. It has to be taught.
So that means education, right?
Um, it, I mean, what do you see as education? Is education also oral? So education is also oral because it starts from you a baby. You feel me? You start learning once you come out the womb. So education is also moral, but they have declassified. They had debunked oral education as not education. So um formal education is what I'm really referring to. But of course, oral education is a must.
Okay, I think in this consciousness, I think what it should be also um, put in place for all African brothers and sisters that are starting their journey in their education is the awareness that they're not alone. There's this vast continent that is around them and learn of each other. I think the morality is not just under one nation, but at the same time, make them understand there's this continent that you're living in and you're not alone. And that awareness and stuff will gather so many other information because when you institute that, when you put that in their moral compass, that they're not alone, just that nation, that there is a whole bigger picture. I think that
Once, yes, Biggie. Art. I want to refer to the Empress. I totally admire Dr. Magafuli, and he did mention, in which I have to admit that's the solution, that they should teach more African history in schools.
yes.
I'm not sure if that's what he asked them. To me, he should have instituted it in a literal way. I'm not sure if he did that, but if he did, then Tanzania is set for the goal. But
Okay.
he did mention it.
I was thinking about his stance on addressing um, the tensions between tribes.
Yeah.
That because that's one of the that is a hindrance to our success on the continent. The tension between various tribes.
Yes.
So I think it's the educational system that could assist with that.
Yes, definitely.
I have a question now
Yeah,
because I
we
feel like
are taught to be offensive to each other. It's in the school. Don't tell me. You can see it. They
okay,
don't. They don't.
I feel
They
like
don't.
we're going a bit around in circles. I feel like we're talking about the same thing, but just different ways. What are you saying? Who? Okay, right. Let me ask Maria Antoinette before we continue. Maria Antoinette, what do you think about education and African productivity? Should we invest more in education? Because that was the original question. That we should be investing. It should be our priority, other than infrastructure projects like cities. Instead, we should be prioritizing dealing with the illiterate people in Africa. My friend here, Johnson, he's made a very interesting comment. that
I
Dr. Let me read the comment, and I'll allow you to speak.
uh-huh.
How
Dr.
European develop underdeveloped
How
Africa.
how yeah,
Right.
oh yeah, how Europe
I
underdeveloped?
was
I think you
just
can read it
about
over
to
here.
say that I forgot to leave the what you call it. I have a link to the PDF of the book free, and for some reason last night I fell asleep and forgot to share it with the whole group. I mean, I still have it. So I will share it with everyone as a free PDF link. They can just download it. That was when I saw Dr. Johnny Johnson's message. I just remembered that I forgot to do that. So by the end of the stream, everyone will have it, because I have a copy free for everybody.
Thank
Uh,
you, my sister here. But you've actually making my point again
What
that
book is that?
half of okay, let me finish. Half of Africa, almost we got the experience, we got the percentages here. A huge chunk, almost half, probably 40% of Africa can't even read and write, can't even read that book. And you're telling me that we should just invest in infrastructure, we should invest in projects like cities. How are you going to educate them? How are you going to teach them black consciousness if they can't even read and write?
You know they
How
can. You know they can. Hold on. Hold on. You know they can listen the book. You know they can. You know they can. You know they can listen the books. All of what you're talking, Tezi, people can hear it also and be and make good decisions. Well, listen, to know God. Listen, you. How come on what? Okay, what right does an uneducated person have to be a Christian? If you uneducated, what right do you have to be a Christian? Can you reading everything? No, but you are Christian. So that
But
means
the first schools in Africa were actually Christian schools, so that people could read the Bible. You know that
no. Say what?
the first schools in Africa were Christian schools.
Big man. I want to say that you know what colonization is? Colonization is getting you to be a Christian. That's what colonization is. So so ask yourself, why are we so dysfunctional? These are the reasons. Because something has chosen an education system for us, and now we are all immoral. I'm just saying, you are saying about, I know some of us is uneducated, but what are the educated doing? How come the educated, all of them line up to borrow from Chinese people just 3 years ago? There was like a line. Aren't those people educated? And wasn't that move stupid? Every people be struggling about these deals. Hold on, you said Senegal is paying 60% of their GDP to debt. Why is educated people making these moves? How come the educated don't see the human capacity, don't see the human resource, and don't activate the human resource? Because they actually uneducated. They 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 can work hard for the white man. They can increase the white man's wealth. It is 60% educated. How much people does it take to, okay, all right, a family of five, right? Or six, right? And four of them is educated. Four of them doing well. So you saying that the two that's left gonna just suffer? You saying that the four that's wealthy are can't assist that the next two? don't live on a certain level? Do you understand what I'm saying? So how come 60% of Africa is goddamn educated, but you can't handle administrative stuff for you, for the uneducated to progress and move towards upliftment? Okay, that's 40% of people to work hard. So shouldn't the 60% be formulating industries for the everybody? Can't be, you have to have somebody to sweep the street, you have to have somebody to be the janitor, you have somebody to be the cleaner for the glass after the store closed, all that stuff. So what are the 60% doing to to enhance the 40%, or at least 20 to 25% out of the 40? See what I'm saying? See what I'm saying? That means their education is almost useless because they're lacking ideas, because their mind is so faulty with religion. They're lacking ideas as to how black people supposed to look, can look better and be better and make the world respect us. I um I'm gonna sit aside.
Okay, thank you, my brother. I can fire. Biggie, do you have something to say about what I can fire just said?
Yeah, we're gonna go to the original part, garbage in, garbage out. He pointed out when it comes to the administrative part of it, there are some nation that they signed in 99 years, unlimited resources. If you read it, that's a whole lot of years to just sucking on your contract. You've seen where they lost the whole airport to Chinese. So they so-called PhD, so-called uh, graduate from whatever the university, but again in action when they reason with the administrative stuff, what kind of damage is going to cause me, instead of just, oh, let me get the money now and we'll worry about it later. That kind of a decision making is not going to work. And that's why Africa is in trouble. Africa is not poor. We're the wealthiest continent in the world. Everybody needs something from Africa, one way or the other. You can talk about the gold, the copper, name it. I mean, we've been talking about this, but the way we handle business, the business savviness on the minister of education will decide something about the minister of agriculture, or vice versa. Somebody has more seniority or power to influence the decisions. Okay, we need to have people that are economists that look into the whole loan aspect of it, the repayment, how much it takes from my country. Like he brought it up, 60% of their money goes to the interest that they borrowed a foolish money that never been beneficial to the continent. So we need a body that can oversees all these trickeries that comes from the foreign investment. We need somebody that's really well developed in this kind of decisions, because some of the decisions is so, look at what the IMF come with. If you don't come in the condition on the way they want you to do business, you're not going to get the loan either. So now you're going to look for an alternate loan. So basically you're going to go to the shark loan. So whoever who's going to be sitting in there, he, if you really look at it, how many of them they're going to be putting some in their pocket in order to advance this new loan. So again, when it comes to that black consciousness and the new generation that we're going to put out there to really take over, we need to give them all the tools to work with that consciousness. We've been robbed before. I won't let it happen. That's one of the moral compass. We need to develop that into this new upcoming generation. So we cultivate it from the bottom. The bottom is always, everybody says education, but it's overrated again. I mean, depending on what do you mean education? You can read and write, and you got a degree from a nonsense university that is not even accredited. If you're going to go abroad and look at it, why is it not accredited? You just look at it. Oh, you don't qualify on this. There's a check mark to make you qualify and to be accredited. And who's going to be accrediting you? Is the one that's going to be the one that's going to come to you and use you as a little puppet. So they will never qualify you. So this qualification process has to be within the African continent, within Africans. We don't need any other entity to say, hey, this is, if it is a true fact and it's hurting you into really what you put in and put out, it's very important that the person that's administrating this expertise or teaching has to lead by example. If that is not working and it's not qualifying, it's become part of your accreditation because you're not really putting the right things out, because you already placed the garbage in to be the teacher. And then when he teaches, then you got the garbage that's going to come out. So nothing changed. The only thing they got is I graduated, I got my bachelor degrees and everything else. But when you start really digging into what they learn and what they have, they cannot even write one paragraph of who they are. Just introduction. My name is Ephraim Waitom. I graduated from Addis Ababa University. I'm an electrical engineer, and I'm looking for postgraduate. None. There's none. Very hard. So now you're going to be looking at, hey, I graduated. So it comes to JFK saying, ask what you can do for your country, but not what your country can do for you. And that's why I just asked that question earlier. If it is viable to Africa, it is viable to Africa and the rest of the world, because this is the motivation that the student is going through this path to do something for his country. That's the guide. That's the strength. Why is he doing it? For his country. And yet for his continent. So there's a disconnect when we ask for funds for education to fight illiteracy, which I did in Ethiopia, by the way. It was a very successful program for people to be able to read and write and to do their daily businesses. Some of them are storekeepers. They don't know how to read and write, but at the same time, they have other people that's going to be doing their accounting, their calculation, but they know how to count that dollar. Okay, but it doesn't make them dummy. But at least the tool that was given to them was they were able to read, they were able to calculate, budget themselves, all that. It does help. Okay, if you really want to talk about basics of communication. But when you start really going in depth, now that they want to go from the first grade, second grade, and we're talking about adults right now. So when in that struggle, it comes from inside. You give him a little bit, and he wants to know more. So we got to have that kind of a wanting to go for the next level. And remember now, the African life is really hard. They have to work. They have to get something done just to meet their daily breads. Very hard. So he doesn't have time really to spend some time on furthering his education. Some of them graduate and they ask, why I'm not getting a job? There's no job. All that has to be really understand. The first resource that you graduate should be able to get some kind of a percentage of employment. But when you have an 80%, a 90% not being employed after they graduate from universities, that's kind of sad because
Yeah,
it's
I,
not in
I think
place.
I can answer that question. Why when I graduate, actually it just goes down to what the government is doing. When you talk about the government, when you talk about graduates not getting jobs, I think if I showed you the graph right now, productivity is not high in Africa. So basically, whatever the investment is coming, we're not making that much money. We're not making enough profits to warrant just jobs. So in the end of the day, it's like a vicious circle. Like, what is the government investing in productivity? When the government invests in like a vanity project, let's just give maybe some. I can give an example of maybe a stadium. It borrows money, like billions of dollars, or maybe even millions of dollars, to build a stadium, like in Cameroon. Actually, if you guys watch the AFCON, Cameroonians couldn't even afford to go to that stadium. They couldn't afford the people who that stadium was built for. They couldn't afford to enter that stadium. So the question is, and I don't know if you saw the graph that I showed. I think I might show it again. But the question is, why are we not investing in productive infrastructure or productive projects? Look at here. Let me go through the graph again for those who probably who are new to the stream. This part and this part, the blue part and the green part, this is labor and employment. Look at this is Africa, this is Asia. Look how much labor it takes to be this is productivity, this is profits, this is the income of the company. Look how much labor it takes for an Asian come up with this type of productivity. And look how much labor it takes for Africa to come up with this type of productivity. So this is how the stream began. This is how the conversation began. How do we is it? And I'm not necessarily saying it's education because it could probably be something else also. But what is it? What is it that is getting in the way of our productivity? My theory was education. Maybe I'm wrong. I think people I can find is disagreeing with me. Even I think even Biggie you might be disagreeing with me. But the question is,
I don't totally disagree with you. I am saying that without a moral compass, education is useless. What I mean, it still have some use because people it gone art. You say 100% education. If that's what gonna make the change, then we are doomed. You feel me? Because look at it. The 60% educated is self-indulgement, is um what you call it, glamour projects, vanity mind projects. It's like this. If someone or if I say I was running any country in Africa, the uneducated equal with the educated would have to learn trades. You feel me? So you it's mandatory for the educated to have a trade and the uneducated to have a trade. So so what I'm trying to say is there is no investment in these realms too much, especially from the government. So these are educated minds I'm talking about. So how much money did you invest in farming this financial year? How much investment did you all right, since we don't make tools, how much investment did you make on battery tools to be shipped to your vocational centers for uneducated youth who had graduated but did not get to university standards? Or how much of these trades are in schools where 10-year-olds can start activating their trade skills in plumbing, all of these type of trades? You feel me? How much investment is made on human resources? I- I- these are the things that I'm saying. It's like, who is educated? Why aren't you educated enough to think that the human capacity must be built, and the human resources must be activated in your particular country for everyone to be useful to each other and the government? You feel me? It's like that's one, two, three. It's like, come on, it's 2020. How can your people still be using saws like zr, 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 zr? You can you making they making money. They can buy container loads of battery tools and teach or go learn that shit. It's Colton doing it anyway. You feel me? Causing this battery revolution. You feel me? We are not really, I'm telling you, we are educated not to care about anything black. You can you how much AC schools is in Africa, and why? Why aren't you investing in ACs in primary schools? Who the hell are you people? What when are you going to think about your people as royalty, where you only think about the best things? There's no riffraff that you will accommodate in your country to your people. Or how about thinking about that? It's like this. It's like this. Without a moral capacity, without self-esteem, saying that there is no way, like Paul Kagame said, oh, they want us to take refuse clothes? Hell no. So he evicted all of that stuff, and I admire that shit. No, listen, it is, listen, we don't deserve bad stuff. We deserve the best. We deserve white carpets. We should roll out white carpets for each other. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, even like our magnificent Batois people. We should roll out red carpet for them. Our people of the sun people, we should roll out red carpet for them. They should get to walk through, and the number of people, they should get to walk through the communities, the cities as they feel, without discrimination, all of that. Bow to them, god damn it. We should try to formulate schools in the Omo Valley by their choice, how they want it. Respect their choices and ask them how they want it. Make and give them education. We Ethiopians should go visit the Rastafari in Sashamani. Respect them. Give them privilege in your nation, and make them up and uplift them. If you want to do something about the diaspora, go to Sashamani. The Try to uplift them, try to help them out. They will help you out too. Listen to them, be open. They are good people. You feel me? If you want to really make a impact in this world, you feel me? These are the things that I'm saying. We have to have a moral compass. It doesn't matter your listen, bro. I'm telling you, a rich man, a rich neighbor that have no love for blackness is like a nuclear bomb to your community. He will use his riches to destroy whoever oppose his frivolous mind that only turns us into idiots. He will destroy you with his power. You have to have moral people in administrative positions who have morality towards blackness. The reason I'm saying that is because the lowest morality is for black people. The highest morality is towards white people. It's in our actions. Just go ahead and look. How come the Chinaman is so easy to immerse himself in Africa? It's because we respect his color. How come? Okay, I'm gonna ask you this: how come African leaders is not hunting the West down for black educated people to come and administrate and build things? Why? Ask yourself why. You think they don't know we exist? You think they don't know black engineers exist? It's because they have to make large sum deals with black people. They're not about to make you so rich. That's what I'm talking about. They did. Listen, man, I'm telling you, when it comes to us making each other rich, it's almost a no-no for everybody, everywhere. In the Islam region of Africa, it's the same thing. Ain't no nigga trying to make no nigga rich. Same with the Christian area of the South. Ain't no nigga trying to get no nigga rich. You have to fight out of a barrel with you as a crab and you fighting with the other crabs too. When are we going to stop being crabs? You feel me? That's what we is. That's what this education system has turned us into. That's why the 60% almost have no use, end up begging and
Well,
groveling to the other races for finance.
I can fire. There was uh, one example. I think it's Aboyak that had it posted earlier. Is that it took Turkey now is produced Bayraktar drones because there was one Turkish guy that was in the military that came home and started building those drones. It comes to that point. This guy, as a Turkish, he was somewhere else, came back, one man, and built these drones. So, when it comes to productivity, again, it took somebody that was in certain experience to come, like you asked, to have that administrative ability to foresee um, the growth of Africa. It seems like the local that we have, you'll have some imbalance. Some of them that went to some great school and they made some decision because somebody else is looking at your neck saying, "Hey, you better accept that, or you're going to be somewhere else." So I think that's one of the example that he posted in there. And then we got Sam that says, "I see I can fire," is saying here. Josie earlier said it. We need educated, patriotic leaders. So this is where it comes for the at the end of the day is how patriotic you are for your continent with the blackness, with everything that you have, that you are really patriotic. Because I think we lack that patriotism when it comes to certain finance that you give away literally your resources almost for free, because by the time they give you the money that you borrowed and they take your your product, you're done. One of the thing is, why don't we produce our own battery, and sell it to the world? Who's going to be doing that? There are certain in the gold and cobalt, you name it, every mineral that's been used and sold in the outside, manufactured by somebody else, but they took the they mined it from Africa. So why don't we get, hey, you can ask the question, why are they taking so much of this product, this mineral, to build what? So the people that live in those areas and leadership in that area has to concentrate how to manufacture that same product in the continent. I think it's going to take, just like the one Turkish that made this whole difference in Turkish, to we can have one African that can turn a lot of the things around. It's just the opportunity for those that are abroad and they know and they are experts into putting those things together to come and help resource and literally train by example, because they are patriotic. They came home. Now they help in their country. So in order to do that, we need to have different opportunities that need to be opened up for those that we call not only educated, but that are experts. We call them SMEs, okay, to come home and help us develop those things and start manufacturing our own stuff. Until we do that, we can still come on the Tezi. We're gonna keep on comparing on what other countries are growing and looking at Africa. We're gonna sink. Basically, I've seen one of the red lines was just going below zero. Instead of, it's pretty much counterproductive. So we need to be productive. In order to be productive, we got to produce something. So that's something that you're producing is going to have to become and reading the scale and competitive like the rest of the other markets. This is the thing that we need to look at, where we fail and where we can adjust and where we can really put the conscious that Icon Fire is putting. Is true. It's a patriotic conscious that we need. We need people that really saying, hey, I am Ethiopian. At the same time, what counts is I'm an African. So that mentality has to grow right across the whole continent and take ownership of your continent. Every single African that lives in Africa should be able to take ownership of his land.
Yeah, that's actually a very interesting point. In fact, I think you say that we need to produce something to be productive, but also I think that to be productive we need productive labor. You know, and that was what I was showing with that graph, that we need product. We are lacking in productive labor, and to get productive labor, you need to invest in educational infrastructure. And I've just checked out the literacy rate of Turkey. It's 97%. So if you have an idea or if you have an engineering idea, you can see how easy it is, or just to get the labor required to implement your own idea. Also, yeah, you've talked about the mentality. I think the mentality in Africa is lacking. Yeah, it's like when you talk about, we are copying Europe, basically. We're copying the West. What we see in the West, we want to put it here. That's really what's happening. And because of that, we're not solving our problems. We're not solving anybody's problem. We're just copying what we're seeing. And we're not getting in touch with our own reality. We're not looking at ourselves and seeing our problems for what they are. We're looking at Western problems and how they are solving their problems and implementing their ideas in our continent. A good example is I just checked out the education I think I can fire made a good question. How much are we spending on education? How much is Europe spending on education? Now, I found that Europe is spending 4.7% of its budget. 4.77. Guess what Africa is spending? 4.7. We are literally mirroring them, And, it's like we're the same people. We're not the same. If they spend 4.7 in the budget and if 90% of their, or almost 100% of their population is already educated, we can't be having the same we can't have the same percentages in Africa and think that we're going to achieve or catch up or even surpass them. That's just the reality. So yeah, so what it reveals actually is that even when in the beginning, when I showed the city where we are building a city, where in a countries, not even just one country, we are building mega projects, huge roads with toll roads that the people can't pay the toll fees. The normal, we call here in Kenya, we call them mwananchi, the normal person on the ground, he can't pay the toll fees. He can't afford those toll fees. So what we are doing is we're trying to copy what we see on what we see on TV, what we have been wooed to think that is development, that these big roads, all these fancy buildings, we are thinking that's development. Even I can fire. He just said it in the beginning of the stream that that's how it's about our image, And that's a very powerful thing to say that, and it reveals it reveals the insecurity that is inside us. That we need those big buildings, those big roads, all these things. They don't bring back any money to the economy. In fact, they are built by Chinese. They are built by people who. So basically, even the labor, the money is not even. We're not gaining anything. We're just basically renting labor. But because it's here, because we see that building, it gives us, because it satisfies the hole in our self-esteem, that our loss, that hey, now we can be like the Europeans, now we can be like the West. And this is where we need to really look at ourselves and say, hey, we need to see our problems. Like, we need to spend on, like when I say we spend on education, I rather we have no roads, but we have schools in every corner. I rather we live in huts, but we have schools in every corner. Everybody is getting educated. Everybody is getting knowledge. Everybody, and that's how, and we will see the rewards within a few decades. But we're not seeing that. We're not seeing that. We are too. I think Dr. Antoinette talked about it also, or talks about it when it comes to trauma. It's like maybe it is the trauma. We're just too traumatized. We don't see our own issues. We are looking at the West to tell us, hey, this is how you develop. And that's also something I think I wanted to just point out. What do you guys think?
So Wonder Tezi, this is what I'm saying, right? Let me address Sam. Yes, Sam, what we need is patriotic leaders. We need leaders that is only patriotic to black skin and Africa in general. You feel me? If you don't have leaders like that, if you have leaders that are partial to other races over you, then that's a detriment to you and your communities. You feel me? It don't matter how educated he is. You feel me? Of course, it is good to have. Of course, it is good to have educated people in the villages and in the cities. You understand? But you have educated people ripping each other apart right now, fighting in the parliament. What you think doing that type of stuff? Aren't they educated?
Yeah, but you see, that's one side of the device.
No,
But they are
what
also
I'm trying
educated
to
people.
say, boss man, if your education was genuine, there would be no fights to expose your to lift. There would be no fights to make you look bad in any type of parliament. Count the parliaments that has been on social media with fighting. Count them. It's not one. How much time they threw out Julius Malema out of the parliament. Is that educated people? He, what kind of behavior is that from educated people? You acting like hood rats. That means something is wrong with your education system. You are getting somebody is deflecting your moral standards. Something is doing that. You're supposed to be educated for betterment, not for you to look shabby and having your people looking shabby. How much leaders speak anything good to anybody? All they talk is stupid stuff, parliamental stupid stuff. How much leaders come out with morality in their speeches except for Dr. Magafuli? Nobody's saying anything too much. Julius Malema is the best opposition and future president I've ever seen. Well, in nowadays in Africa, straight. You understand? Because he is even trying to address the people on a moral ground towards their own blackness. You feel me? You're not gonna have no good president in Africa, which is black. That's not telling you to appreciate your blackness and showing you that he appreciates you and your blackness. You can't get rid of your color. Might as well we embrace it, right? That's what I'm saying.
Okay, Maria Antoinette, you've been silent. What do you think about this?
Okay. I had to leave for a few minutes, but I'm back. One thing our education system has to do, and this will indirectly increase the productivity. I'll illustrate in a minute. Our education system has to be more than simply regurgitating the material of textbooks. If you it has to encompass values as we are learning. For example, you can have um, a sort of values clarification taking place at the same time that we are learning all the materials, whether it's mathematics, languages. We have to learn to get our teachers to pass on values such as empathy, being group oriented instead of competitive. When others succeed, we succeed. We can't go on being as competitive as we are and
Teamwork make the
expect to
dream work.
build a nation. Exactly, teamwork. We are extremely competitive by nature, and that is why the expression crab in barrel syndrome, where we don't allow others to move upwards and see it as the success of the whole. It's our education system and our values that will attack the crab and barrel syndrome, which to me is actually the greatest problem that we have. Crab in barrel syndrome. For example, if I am the prime minister of a country, my priorities. We mentioned already during this session priorities, and that is extremely important. I cannot prioritize building a mansion over building clinics all over the country. There must be a system in which there are clinics, very well equipped clinics all over the country, instead of one big mansion not being enjoyed by the populace. You see? And that is tied in with the value system. If I am an empathetic person, when I see people going to clinics and can't get care, it would hurt me personally. And I would want to put my efforts into relieving the suffering of others instead of simply enriching myself and my family. It values and being less competitive, more empathetic. I'm not sure exactly how to get all of us to start seeing the importance of this, because the older generations are actually teaching us these poor values. And that's my predicament. How do I get the older generations to stop exhibiting this bad example, this very unhealthy example that younger ones are following in their footsteps? It's really a complex dilemma that we have to face.
You're
So
absolutely right.
the
So,
competitiveness.
Mhm.
so you're saying yes? Okay. I'm curious about what your point about the older generation. What's the difference between? Are you saying that the younger generation can see that this is not sustainable, and the older generation cannot, or is that what you're saying?
I think they are beginning to see that it is not sustainable, but the older generations are would probably ridicule them and call them dreamers if they express this in public.
So okay, yeah, that's actually a very interesting point. That the old okay. So there's also the divide between the elder generation and the younger generation. So what do you think is the solution to that?
There has to be mutual respect. Respect for not only the fact that they have advanced in age, but respect for the new perspective that growing up as a younger person in this particular time is giving us as a sort of gift. Because when they grew up, the modus operandi of the society was different. And we are realizing now the value of emotional intelligence as opposed to only hardcore IQ measured intelligence.
Okay, yeah, that's a great point. So my brother Mikey, you've been silent. What do you think about what has been said in the panel?
Oh, like you, all of you have touched on the core points, especially Tanzan, right? If I'm not mistaken.
Maria Antoinette.
Oh, okay, Maria. Oh, okay, Maria. Like, the last point was the most essential. We need to focus on the emotional points and the moral points, because if we want to be productive in this generation, productivity is based on the currencies that you change, the things you have you change into currencies, right? Because as we saw the graph before, we're shipping in labor and employment at a high rate, but our profits and return on investment are low. But the Chinese and the Asian graph shows that they're shipping in so little employment and labor, but having, okay, appreciate it that you point out the graph. Uh, as we see, the Asian part is on the human capital, meaning labor and employment is so tight, but return on investment and profit is so high. When we come to the African part is the opposite. I believe in my sense it's because on the emotions part. Because on the basis of my knowledge, we Africans share a huge beliefs and moral values because in this generation, as my knowing shows, is that's diminishing because of the Western ideology forced upon us because we are now engaged on corruption and the bad stuff that chases away the morality values. That's because of forced, like you said, empathy, right? A hungry man is an angry man, like Bob Marley said. An hungry man is an angry man. That's because we don't know how we became hungry because we can't explain it. But if we could explain it and we could put empathy into that, then we can fix it. We became hungry because we're not, our leaders, most of them are not patriotic and they are willing to impose the Western ideology and the outside ideology on the people if they, as few hundred people, fill their pockets up. Then the people are going to be hungry. When the people are hungry, they become angry. When you become angry, you can't control your emotions. If you can't control your emotions, you're going to go above your moral values just to feed yourself.
That's a Jamaican proverbs. A hungry
Yeah,
man is an angry man.
Angry Man. Yeah, I know it from Bob Marley's music. Yeah,
Thank you.
yeah, they appreciate it. So that's the whole philosophy. And if we put add empathy into that, we can fix our problems.
I want
And
to give another proverb.
okay,
Fire there must steal,
mhm,
him think a cool breeze. I'll translate.
okay,
When real fire is at a rat's tail, and
mhm,
all he thinking that it's cool breeze. So he'll never know until he gets burnt in the ass. You feel me? And that's
mhm.
what Africans is doing. You feel me? They are
Yeah,
playing with these Europeans and they don't know that it's fire at their tails.
mhm. You're right. That's what I wanted to ship in addition, because uh, as my research, I really love Bob Marley and his songs, but he also believed that he influenced a lot of people, but he knew he had made a mistake at the end because he was being humble as he's black and knows the influence, but he didn't do his research at the right level because knowledge was limited to some extent by them.
I
But
don't
at the
understand. Could you?
because when you come I'm gonna I shouldn't pick up this point because it's more personal than
No, please. Please.
okay.
I'm not touchy.
Okay, because Bob Marley at the end of the last times of his life, when he was at his deathbed, he became a Ethiopian Christian, if you know his
Yes.
life story. Yeah,
Yes.
and when he did his research, he was based everything on the Bible. That's why everybody loves him because he's more human than most of the people. I don't want to
Yeah,
put it into
he
competition.
has a lot of
Yeah,
humanist
I didn't
traits.
want to put it into competition, but he was the most humanistic, internationally known person. So at the end of almost his life, he did his research and he realized that the Bible that was provided to him was diminished by the colonies. See, that's the modern side of slavery. Is they have the full information, they only give you the information they want you to know, and then you're gonna produce what they're wanting. So Bob Marley at the last minute realized that he was doing good for his people, but he realized that he wasn't at the full extent doing good. So at the last minute, he knew the right path, and God always takes you to the right path at the final stages. That
Okay, let
was
me
what,
just say this. Let me
yeah.
just say this to you.
Mm-hmm.
No man is perfect.
Mm-hmm.
You understand?
Yes, sir.
So Bob Marley in my eyes wasn't a perfect individual.
Mm-hmm.
But me, I do- we are the judge of each other, right?
Yes, yes, sir.
Bob Marley, if he did stuff in his private life that opposes certain stuff or that's not so smart or whatever,
Mm-hmm.
that's not what he taught people.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You
Yeah.
see me? So
Yeah.
me now, how I justify things is, what stance do you take? What do you fight for? What is your feature, um what you call it, what comes out of you, to in terms of what do you make people hear when you say you're trying to, okay, what is your references? So these are the things that I judge like Bob Marley with. He taught me to love black people.
Mm-hmm.
Black people is in trouble.
Mm-hmm.
Africa is in trouble. We need to unify.
Mm-hmm.
Africa unite.
Mm-hmm.
He fought for Zimbabwe's freedom.
Yes,
He
sir.
so what I'm trying to say to you is, overall, these things that he teach is the ultimate, because that's the only way for future progress, in which he never taught us everything. But what we can use what he taught us and extend on it. You see
Yes,
me?
that's my point. Appreciate it you bringing this up. That's what I wanted to do because he started the journey, and it started before him, but he led and went through the long journey with the teaching in a short, because music, his music especially, is like books, because in a 5 minute track he can cover a 500-page history. That's literally reaching out to everybody worldwide. I appreciate, and may his soul rest in peace. That's why we need to focus on this kind of stuff to implement the Africa we want to see and the world we want to see. We need to be strategic and okay, everything is based on conversation, but we need to start implementing it through all of our resources. There are five people in this live conversation on the video part and also more on the chat. So, as we individuals live in different locations, we have different backgrounds, but what put us here together is the one Africa we want to see in the moral aspect, the financial aspect, the peaceful aspect, every aspect that we want to see the one Africa. So I believe, uh, because I'm not sure I'm multi linguistic, I speak two languages, good English and Amharic. I don't know about you guys. You probably are even more not so. So we need to implement the movement through all the resources that we have. One of them is language. The other one is our family finance, our own finance, our trees, family trees, friend trees, our social groups. So we need to spread out this to the with strong intention and desire and dedication, most of all dedication. So it all starts with education, but we don't need to only depend on the education that's built by our governments. We need to build on our individual education, because the the knowledge that I acquired personally, is a benefit to everybody on this group. I can even point out something over here. Let me drop something for you. One thing that I've learned. We, if I go into detail, it would go back a lot. So I'm just going to put it into short terms. The term thank you is actually thanking you as an individual. But you as an individual are not perfect. So I can't thank you. The word I should use is thanks. Thanks meaning thanks God because you gave me this knowledge, you gave me this help. The thing that you should receive is appreciation and respect. So we simple words. The word thank you is not right to the knowledge I acquired. I believe you do your own researches. We used to use the language in the 17th century was thanks. Thanks meaning thanks God because God is the only perfect thing. I've shared one thing with you guys just basis on the platform. But if you had to go to Europe or something, they want this to turn into currency because their ideology is more based on money, on the physical part. But I believe everybody deserves to know this because there's power in what you say. I should stop here. And this is the thing I want to point out. Let's dedicate ourselves to educate one another, and we'll all be productive to the fullest. Let's respect all our products that are home based. Let's stop using products from outside because they have their own background because they're ripping us off through everything that we purchase, starting from our clothes, shoes, our home goods. It's all rip off because imagine it, your phone has copper. Copper is from the perspective I know is from most of them are from West Africa, but they're charging us more than $200 for a phone, but they're taking the copper out of our land for I don't know, maybe 50 cents. I don't know perfectly on numbers, but if we could risk our one person risk his education and his time just to build a phone, then after that we can build the manufacturing industries, then we can reach out to all African bases to a reasonable price of a phone because the phones are don't have the manufacturing costs that are probably I'm not sure maybe $30 maximum, but they're selling it for more than $200 per phone. That's a ripoff, and they're importing it from the outside, the westerns. So we need to respect our. I rather have a homemade phone that's malfunctioning and supporting my GDP than having a outside phone. Personally, this is my personal point of view, and
I,
I
I,
wanted to share
I'll
it to
say
all.
thanks. I'll say thanks. I'll start with that.
Yeah, yeah, appreciate
All
it.
right. And
Yeah.
I know exactly where that thank you and versus thanks, uh, thanks to be God. Okay.
Hmm.
That changed. And also it was something in the mass whenever that they have a mass in churches. It used to be when the priest said uh, certain words and the way that people respond to say thanks to be God, that was omitted on thanks to be God. You see, they just rolled it out. Thank you, and that came in because of mistranslation. Things that was written and now it's been revised throughout churches saying, hey, there are certain words that we're using that's not supposed to be in there. Like the thanks to be God, and thank you. These are certain association when it came into realization on what you said right now. So just to add to that, um, uh, when the priest said something, I forgot that really quote. It was your answer will be and also with you, but it was not supposed to be also with you because we talking in spirit.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And so you start going kamam fasimgar, yeah. They translated that, and also with you, but it was kamam fasimgar. That means in also in the spirit. That was supposed to be the answer. So there's a lot of things that have been misinterpreted, and when you look at on the money-oriented society, there's a lot of things when it comes to Xavier is going to be on the side. They don't look at it as being the first to come in front of you and make the path. So these are the certain translation that's been lost. And thanks for
Mm-hmm.
bringing this up. I
Mm-hmm.
think it's a good understanding. A few of the words that we try to practice in their real meaning and respect. That's one of the things that I always say in this panel and our a comment that goes on the side. We have to have a respect because that's how we generate our creativity. You will let the other one to be creative. His success is my success.
Mm-hmm.
These are the morale that we have to push in. At the same time, you were talking about the copper issue. There's a lot of creative, very creative Africans in Africa. Okay, like the guy that created free electricity. Do you know they attempted 3 times to kill him? That's one thing that unprotected. You see what I mean? They tried to kill him because he's coming in on a free electricity being generated out of this machine that is really out of thin air. He's using the radio frequency and produce what was that 500 kilowatts or something like that, and stand alone. He converted a driverless car that would never need to be charged. It always been charged. He just did that. TVs that you plug in, you don't need to plug it in anymore. So we have creative Africans out there, and we need to identify. And if we support them 100%, they even if they need bodyguards, if they need security, this is our responsibility. Also, is part of our accountability to protect one another.
Mm-hmm.
So the there's a very creative Africans out there, but they get scared when you hear things like, oh, you're giving them free electricity. It's not a good word because, as you can see, Nicholas Tesla, he ended up where he ended up, and
Mm-hmm.
now look at what they're trying to come back with. But you'll never get it for free. So if this machine is a good machine, and look at the track of it, which is a good machine, and light up a whole building, is something that we Africans should look into. So
Right now, I think Ethiopia should start ordering military vehicles
Nigeria,
from Nigeria.
yep.
You feel me?
Mhm.
And also from also cars.
Right.
I want to ask on this. Under whose supervision? I know it's on the government, but on the basis of the ground, does the people ship into this kind of ideas of business to business relationships? Uh, if you have knowledge on this, because we're the ones like talking on this kind of topics, right? So, but as my personal status, I'm not involved in nothing but my knowledge and interacting with people. But we're sharing like mega ideas on this platform right now. So, how are this going to go up and into a serious deal, ground deals? Anybody knows?
Yeah,
I was
I
talking
think
in mute.
you can speak bigly.
Yeah, one of the thing that we said about One Africa. this this platform, this communication and conversations. There are different things that we try to have active roles because we don't need billion people in order to be actively engaged in the African affairs. So, in fact, we just had some few. We had a meeting before that, and we recognizing the activity because from the beginning I said One Africa is really active, working and developing. We're developing tools, we're developing other things in the background. So this is really a working session because we take the information from this kind of conversation and see if there's somebody you can line up and pursue that. You know,
Woo.
um, that'll be something that everybody can share their knowledge. They can contribute their knowledge. We pick up a person somewhere in Africa. He needs this project and he wants to get it to a goal where he can replicate it across. So we identify things like that, and there's some progress. There's a lot of things in the background, and eventually, once we put it together, even coming with these shows 7 days a week, and everybody been taking that assignment and putting the voice together. It takes a lot, and being continuously updating with the audience the new ideas, the questions for the day. And that right there shows you there's certain progress that we're trying to do. We're thinking about bringing a 24 hours program, but there's basically put us like we're on a training right now, getting to know and get familiar on topics and extract those topics and hit them back because we need to make sure that we don't talk the same thing over and over because it will be unproductive. We want to go forward on, okay, this is where we left off last week, and this is what we're going to be doing this week. And that will follow as, right now we're on the introduction part of our conversation. And all our subscribers, again, I'll say subscribe, keep on subscribing, keep on supporting us because it takes a lot of effort on the background for people like the mainly Mika. Mika is really the main person that put it together and changed it from One Africa to One Africa movement to One Africa and launched this platform in Addis in Ethiopia. And he was visiting and he showed us so many things that he was there doing on the ground. And we want to replicate the same thing throughout Africa so we can see the heritage, the people having really to understand that we mean business. This is about Africa and we want to unite Africa by getting to know each other, by putting our extension and having someone from OA that's going to be going and teach us the culture, the understanding, the people, how they live, how you do that. I think that's a great start for this year, for 22, and within the next 2 quarters, we need to come up with certain plan. We already got the certain plan that are in place, and once we get them all ready to launch, that's when everybody's going to be really putting their input and what we can do, who's going to be there to support it. So this is not just a YouTube a channel, just you hear it and you're gone. Because as you can see, people that are commenting, people that are really engaging themselves on this comment, they're relentlessly commenting and adding, and we got more family coming in. And the more we become effective and the more we become actively involved on projects, on things that's going on in our continent, this will give us wanting more. We want to know more. Is there something we can do? So how we're going to be actively engage ourselves as one Africa family and help out what is from the diaspora coming or with an internal. all these relationship will start to come to full in place. Like the education with there's a lot of things that's been worked with Israel, Professor Israel, and there's a lot of information out there on his web also that's been shared before. So this is it. This is an active working platform. So whatever that you're putting in here, whatever the questions are, they're noted, and we need to make sure that we act upon it as a family, as one unit. This is where we stand.
All right. Good to know.
Yeah, well put, Biggie. Well put, Biggie. Couldn't have said it any better. So I think I think we can wrap this up. Maybe let me ask one more question. How, because I think it has gone down to morality, how to improve productivity. I think everybody here seems to be agreeing that it's a morality. So how do we change, or how do we? Is it? I don't want to say impose. How do we bring moral? Because the consensus seems to be that there is no morality in Africa, or it's deficient. So how do we increase morality in Africa?
Can I speak on this?
Yeah,
Yeah, when we start with morality, it all starts with empathy. For empathy is the main thing. I might know the right way or I might know the wrong way, but if you know the right way and I'm on the wrong way, you need to feel empathy for me and show me how to walk on the right way rather than always saying I'm on the right way, you're on the wrong way, because that's only going to lead us to the same thing that we've been going through in the past. So when and that's based on knowledge. It's like it's a coin's two faces, because without morality there will not be knowledge. Without knowledge there won't be morality. So we have a common thing. We're all humans. Second, we're all Africans. So we have empathy within us. But then we have differences and a lot of things. So if we start from our similarities, then we can feel the empathy. And on our differences, we can build upon that by knowledge and patience. I think that's the main things, the patience part, and the the patient part is the main thing, because it's not going to take us the same time to teach someone that's 10-year-old and the same pace is going to take to teach someone that's 50-year-old, but we want both of them to learn, so we need to be patient. That's what I see.
yeah, that's a very interesting answer. So if you are going to, if you're going, maybe if you are maybe a policy maker in Africa, how would you expect to implement this?
uh, Policy wise, I would consider it to be first build, like I said, the common values, structure that. After that, teach one another. I don't know, because I didn't plan on this question, to be honest. This is just a brainstorm. I'll be ready on the next session.
All right, no problem,
Because
no
but
problem. Oh,
You see, this is just
it's
the
yeah.
typical example. You see, you are not prepared on it, and
Mhm.
right there you said, "I'll be prepared next for the next session." That right there is encourageable. Right there, you're doing something. You're coming with something, and this is priceless. You coming with something that is so it's big. It's a big question. How to get to that. And thanks. You really took that on you, and hopefully you're gonna come next week and share that information with us, or whatever the time that it might take you. come and share this information, because we're all learning from one another. And he said it, nobody can say it any better. We learn from one another. And if it's going to benefit, we're just going to bring it out in the open, and how to help right there, where to start, and who's going to take a lead. And I think it's great. Thank you. Thanks.
Appreciate it. Appreciate it.
Oh, okay. I can fire. What's your solution? I know you have you probably have a lot.
On the, he probably put a message on the private chat. Let me see.
Oh,
Oh,
Tanzania is
Tanzan is
here.
here. Man. I, it's exactly what I told you. You cannot see beyond
Yeah.
that bar. This was internal, when we host, and anybody that comes below a certain area, you cannot see who's in line. So that's what I said. Let me check my private chat. So welcome, Tanzan.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you.
I know she probably joined up quite a while ago, because she said
Yes, I
somebody was
was
talking
still.
about you.
Yeah, somebody called me up and I was like, oh, I hear my name.
Mhm.
Yeah, but I was still catching up and, just listening to the wonderful discussion. And yeah, so I'm finally caught up. I'm glad to be here. And yeah, it's been a very enlightening one. And it seems we have focused on morality and education and how we can incorporate that into, our consciousness. To quote Mr. Akan, peace I can fire. Hello, Marie Antoinette. Hey, Mwenda, Tezi, Biggie, everybody.
Son,
Hey, and
I I was calling up on you. It was me. Glad you're here.
same here, same here. This is Mikias, right?
Yeah, yeah, it's me.
Yeah.
Yes, yes. Good to have you. Good to have you. So I think that right now there is a disconnect between the educated and the moral, which is a shame because education is supposed to instill morality. And I think a lot of the times our most educated become, some of our most corrupt or our most selfish, because when we're taught in school, the purpose of education is not to be a good person, is to get a good job, and we really de-emphasize the importance of being a good person. And this was a difference. I know this is a different program, but this was a difference. We talked about education, teaching children, with stories, with moral guidance, and all that. And I think that has been neglected in the schools. I think we only do like civil education and things like that, but that's not really enough. And especially, it's not enough for to tell children just learn all these things just to become somebody. That's what breeds this selfish mentality that once you're educated, then all you have to do is just make it for yourself, and we become very individualistic instead of collective. So one thing I think that it starts early, that we should give purpose to education, and this is from early on. I know that every child will ask, why do I have to learn this? Why do I have to learn this? And I always say that that's a valid question, and we as adults, we should answer why they should learn that, not in a confrontational way, but in a way that says this is not just for you to become rich and so on, but it's for you to go back and help your people. And we did have that sort of consciousness of Harambe. Even when we talked about, oh, this is the first person to go to college, the first person to do this, it was usually a communal effort. People would come together. Sometimes they would, the smartest child in the village, they would pay for that child to go to school. And then what happens is, once the child is successful, he forgets who got him there. So I think that in every single subject, not just even in mathematics, you should teach that what is this mathematics going to help you with. You're one person, you're responsible for, let's say, a community of 30 people. What can you do as a person? That should be a challenge for every student from the earliest age, to start even putting that idea into their minds, that you are responsible for other people. This is not just about you. This is not just about employment. It's also about community. So yeah, we should definitely instill the teaching of morality. And I agree with Marie Antoinette. The word that she always says is empathy, 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 and that's something that we're really missing in a lot of our education. We don't really put ourselves in each other's shoes. We don't really put each other, especially when you're successful. Then you turn your back and you forget where you came from. You forget that there are people who are still struggling, there are people who are still, undereducated or underdeveloped. So economically. So I think that empathy should be taught in every single subject, even in mathematics, to empathize with other people. I did like the idea of competition because to me, competition, it makes you better, it challenges you, it makes you improve. But I think we overemphasized competition at the cost of collaboration. We didn't really have a lot of collaboration between students, for example. I think that, for example, the children who are maybe strong in one area, whether it's art, culture, music, whatever it is, we should actually teach children how to teach each other. If you have a certain talent, if you're good at music, if you're good at singing, you should be able to, not just have that talent, but also share it with others. And that's one way of building empathy, because you really know something deep inside when you teach it to somebody. You can be great at physics, mathematics, all that, but when you actually take time to teach it, that's when you realize you understand it deeper, and also you help somebody else to understand it. I think that's one of the ways that we can start teaching empathy. Yes, I'll yield. Someone say something.
Oh, no, 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 no. We are digesting what you're saying. We're digesting. You've said a lot of deep stuff. Uh, let me pass the talking stick to Marie Antoinette.
Yes, absolutely. She had some great points. So I'm just, picking from what everybody says. I pick from I Can't Fire, the idea of consciousness, and for me that it goes to responsibility. It's good to be conscious, but if you're just conscious for yourself, it doesn't help anybody. But you have to be conscious that you are responsible for others and for bringing success to everybody, not just yourself. And that empathy, in that if you're good, it's not just that you're good, you should be good enough to help somebody else. So yeah. Thanks for having me. I know I came in late, and but I've really enjoyed the conversation. So, Maria Antoinette, I pass the mic.
Okay, that was amazing, Tanzan. I just wanted to address the issue of literacy. What Iconfire said was really important because I remember when I was in Form 6, I used to go with a few other students to a primary school to teach literacy to students who had fallen behind. And I know for a fact that was also the same thing that was done in Cuba when Fidel Castro waged his war on illiteracy. I think it's really there were people doing exactly what Iconfire had said, going to rural areas and spending the entire day teaching others how to read. This, I know Africa is a huge place, and transport is always an issue that people address in these discussions. Um, but together we have to find a way to raise the level of literacy on our continent. So I really appreciate the fact that Mwenda Tezi made that a top priority in this discussion.
Oh, thank you very much, my sister. Yeah, I think that's actually a very good way to wrap this up. That yeah, literacy is also important. Consciousness, morality. Really, we've gone through the entire works about how to improve productivity in Africa. And yeah, I think in the end of the day, when Africa becomes productive, that's how we grow our wealth. Because that's how, because sometimes we complain about how many jobless youth are out there, but the people who do have jobs, they're not creating wealth, they're not creating capital, so that jobs should be grow, or the economy grows evenly. So yeah, I think we've really done it all. Unfortunately, like I know it's 3 hours. I know Big E broke the record yesterday. Well, I don't think we're breaking the record in this stream. Unfortunately,
No, don't. Let's not go for that one again.
some of us
I will
broke the
leave
record
two
with
more
him.
days to recover.
Yeah, so yeah, and so I think I'll probably have to end it with a word of prayer. And yeah, tune in tomorrow to see Mika having. I think he's interviewing. I haven't seen but he's interviewing somewhere around 9 o'clock. I forgot. I haven't seen it yet, but tune in at 9. You'll see Mika. Tuesday, Tanzan here talking about marriage. Or no. What are you talking about? It's controversial. The patriarchy.
We're
Patriarchy.
talking about some of the not so nice aspects of our tradition. We're talking about wife beating or domestic violence. We're talking about the women's role and in society, and we're talking about whether feminism is an option. So yeah.
Oh yeah. That sounds a little bit. It sounds nice. Oh, don't forget Wednesday. Wednesday, the Sahel. I'm reading the comments while talking. Wednesday we have the professor himself, Professor Ezra, and he goes into depth about the philosophies of education. So guys, don't forget to tune in to him. I think I will probably tune in and convey some of the questions and some of the things we discussed here. See what his opinion is, and Thursday we have Dr. Ebenezer, another guy who talks about the wealth in Africa and why Africa is poor. But he comes from the perspective that Africa is poor by choice. I think I Can Fire. You should probably check that stream out on Thursday.
Definitely.
Friday we have the recap with Pastor Ezra. It's also very easy going. I think he also went for the record. I don't know if he broke it. I don't think he broke it, but he also went this weekend with people who stayed. What walikesha in Kenya we say people. When you stay overnight in church, we call it kesha. So
Yes.
this weekend people stayed overnight for the sermon. So yeah, the diaspora talks with the Big E here. He is here, the one and only, the voice. And next Sunday, tune in. We'll be talking about something else. So yeah, I think let me wrap this up with a short prayer, and let me release you guys, because I know. In fact, I think all of us we were in the stream yesterday. I think.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
so I'm sure some of us we're still suffering from the effects, or still feeling the effects of that long stream. It's like a long journey. I talked to Biggie. We're talking with Biggie, and he says 9 hours. You can literally cross Kenya and go to Uganda, or you can. Yeah, you know.
True.
So
That one was a
yeah,
big one. And Biggie, I'm just surprised you're here, and I give it to you. You're strong. So good to have you all, Marie Antoinette. You're also there. I can fire. Oh, you always bring the fire, so we appreciate that. And Mikias, you're always welcome to join. So thank
yeah,
you.
Mickey,
Oh,
Mickey,
and Sam is also always here.
yeah, yeah. Mickey's he volunteered to do some research that I hope one day he comes and tells us, hey, surprise us with tell us, hey, this is what I found out, because we are always open to new ideas and learning in here in One Africa. Uh, oh yeah. Let me read the comments. Let me not forget the people in the comments.
Yes, absolutely.
Sam's been busy talking about morality as usual, going into depth. I've actually been displaying a lot of Sam's views here on the screen. Rahel it's been a while. It's been a minute. There's a subject in Sweden that is called, okay, I'm not gonna pronounce that, but that
Pedagogic,
teaches
I think.
pedagogic
Yes. I
that
think
teaches
that's my best attempt at it, but
that
it
teaches.
might be pedagogic or I don't
Yeah,
know.
yeah. You see, that's the thing. That is the thing. That is the thing. I didn't know what it is, but it teaches human emotion. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I forgot. And I was talking because I was trying to remember what I wanted to say. Also, I think we should also appreciate the arts. I feel like we don't appreciate when we talk about morality and what is it? Morality and ethics.
Consciousness.
Ethics.
Yeah.
You forget that the arts. The arts. They really. These are the universities. The arts, or even in high school. And I don't know if they teach arts in high school. But I'm talking about the social arts.
Yes.
They really go in deep into depth about
Yeah, no, I didn't forget that one to my credit, but no, just bragging. But I think it was Mikias who was talking about Bob Marley, and he said something very profound. He said, in one song, it's like reading a whole book. I may be misquoting him or something, but a song has a very powerful message, and for people who, books are a very solitary experience. We have to understand that reading a book is actually taking you away from people. It makes you focus and think about something, but it's not a shared experience. And that is why music, that message is so powerful, because you can feel it in yourself, but you can also share it with others. So yeah, let's not forget how important music is. It does show, send a big message to a lot more people, and you don't have to be, a PhD or or literate. Not that you shouldn't, but you can still receive the message from whatever level of education that you are at. So
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, 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 yeah. Even yeah, you actually you've gone into depth. Even the poets,
Mm-hmm.
the musicians, yeah, even the guys who paint. We should really. They do have a very good way of giving a social commentary in their work, So I think we should also promote those guys and those sectors because they show us sometimes art can be provocative and
Yes.
it gives us a glimpse into in our souls. It's like, oh yeah, this is how far especially when how far we've gone down. I think artists are very important in society. I think even in African society. Maybe
Mm-hmm.
Tanzania will one of your streams will you
Oh yeah, we
might
were supposed to do a music one. That will be a very chill stream. Yeah, we'll do one of
yeah,
these
yeah,
days.
yeah, about art and how they influence morality because I guarantee you they do, and I
Yes.
think we should very much appreciate artists. I think
Mm-hmm.
Jonathan has decided to speak. Jonathan, this time you've been silent, probably because he was not silent yesterday,
Oh
and
yeah, he was active yesterday.
yeah, man, 9 hours speaking for 9 hours. I get it. I get it. I get it.
Absolutely.
Uh,
Even
let,
Biggie,
let me
Biggie
add
usually goes.
something on to Tanzan's idea, the comments you gave out. You're right, because you can even share emotions on books, but it takes more longer time for me first to read that book and for you to read that book and talk on those topics. But on music, especially to Ethiopian music that are coming out these days, they even refer you to read about books. There's this one artist called Rofnan. He has the song called Sost, and he brings up people that done history throughout Ethiopia. And I actually started reading about those people after I heard that song, and I asked, "Who's this? Who's that? Who's this person?" And people were telling me, he's this," and you can find his biography here. And then I went to that place and purchased those books. When I read their biography, it's amazing. So it can actually lead you to read books like Bob Marley. He was literally quoting out the Bible's verses and putting it into social life. So anybody that listens to Bob Marley would, through time, start reading the Bible for sure. That's just what I wanted to add.
That's a great point. So music can actually lead you to books. That's yeah, that's excellent. They're not exclusive. They actually work together. So if we have our musicians, if we have our musicians reading books and then singing about them and sharing the books with others, that starts the discussion, and that promotes it to a much greater audience than just the reading public. So. And I think Sam has also made a good point about Hollywood using music to corrupt. So music is a way to build, but it can also be used negatively because sometimes you see even sometimes some not immoral but amoral music, or just music about nothing, or just partying, and which nothing wrong with it. But if that's all somebody is putting in their head, you can imagine what kind of priorities they may have in life. So yeah, it's very powerful, and we need to. And going back to Rahel's point about the teaching of emotions, music is also encompasses that whole emotion. Books are very they're very dry. They're interesting. They can be passionate and all that, but there's not a lot of emotion because you're very sober. You're focusing and concentrating. But music takes that and puts the emotion into it and just makes everything come together. So yeah, absolutely.
I think people. Yeah, I think anybody has anything new, something else to add to the topic or to what we have covered, or we feel like we haven't covered it yet. Now's the time.
Yeah, I don't come in and just, all that, but I think we have had a good stream, and I think that we should, like you said, we should honor our musicians. And I don't know how to teach music. Maybe that's something that we can talk about in the next one, but how do you teach the musicians? Because even the musicians need to have a basis in philosophy or knowledge and wisdom, because if not, they will use that talent to create the sort of music. Some is saying we used to have songs about love and family. Today we call our women bees, and we dance to a murder story. So if we don't teach the musicians, we also have the danger and the risk of them teaching the wrong things to the people. So it all comes together. Education teaches morality, and then the music is propagates it to the people. And yeah.
Yeah, I think I may disagree with you over there. I think when it comes to art, art is wild. Art is a wild thing. It's not. It cannot be tamed. You can't tell. You can't tell. I don't think you can tell an artist how to do their
Yeah,
art.
I was saying it can be directed, no, not manipulated, not like controlled, but it can be directed. Because and I wouldn't say like forced. You can't really tell an artist, sing this song or sing this way. But I think that you can guide them towards certain things that they can talk about, or not, or to avoid certain modes of expression. Because I think even if, let's talk about rap. I don't think that any government would really want to promote some of the songs that
Can
are
I say
coming.
something? Can I say something about that music thing?
Sure.
Yes, you can tell people what to sing. It is being done all over. Our okay, United States. Nobody can sing shoot white people. You can't. You just can't. Who made those rules? But we have to abide by it, right? So that means people should be threatened, locked up, all of that stuff if you sing in violence to our people. You feel me? Yeah, we are being detoured and destructured by other people declaring what we should promote in our music. You feel me? People listen things mandatory. You can you can choose what your people listen. They will listen. People is not like people is not like what people think. People take what they get. You feel me? And just work with what they get. So we need to be radical with our artist. You feel me? Who is talking about our woman in too much super sexual way, talk talk degrading our women, degrading our people and our men. I mean like people should be targeted and by simple people, because if we don't take care of these issues that we have, you feel me? Because you have to understand that the government, okay, if if there's a art, look at what's his name, the great Nigerian singer, um he was being fought, what fella, you feel me? He the government was not promoting someone like that because he was opposing the government. So it's like the government is wrong, so they not going promote no one who wants the government to adjust. You feel me? So that's what, and the government will promote things that will destroy you just to keep their power. You feel me?
Yes.
Let me jump in on this. If Icon Fire, right? If I'm not
Icon,
mistaken.
icon fire.
Icon Fire. Okay, sorry for my mistake.
Okay.
Uh, the Nigerian guy like Rahel on comment said Burna Boy. Burna Boy is an amazing artist. Like he has this influential track. I don't know if it's banned in some like because it opposes monsters you made. And he was in one verse he was speaking about teaching what the Europeans them teach in them schools, them teaching in my African schools on one verse. I couldn't even quote the song for you. It's on his new album, Twice as Tall. It's Monsters You Made. If
Wow,
it has
that's
his,
interesting.
yeah, like
Check it
you
out.
guys should check it out, especially music loving people should check out his album. It's amazing. And
Okay.
like because he's talking the reality over there. And the hidden hands are opposing this kind of songs. They're promoting the songs like you guys on the comments said, calling our women's immoral words, promoting drugs because drugs might be helpful, but if you promote them, too much of anything, too much of something is good for nothing. So drugs, if they're promoted on a daily basis, they become too much. That leads to bad things. The other one is the like he said, the murder stories, killing whites is not promoted on songs, but singing about black gangs and stuff like that are a casual thing and hit the billboard top lists. This is causing people that don't know nothing about gangs. As an Ethiopian personally, we don't know nothing about gangs, but we're now experiencing it because of the music. Because every recreational centers are playing the songs because of the hidden hands are imposing up on us. And people, especially when they're on alcohol and drugs, are at their most vulnerable state. And then when the music kicks in, you're manifesting it, and then you become it. So Violence has increased in every part of Africa. You can do your research on South Africa. That's because we have 70% population in Africa youths. If those youths are productive, we're gonna outweigh China, outweigh America, outweigh Europe because we have the manpower. If that manpower is functioning at the right state of mind and body, we're gonna be, we have nature on our sides too. We're gonna be unstoppable. And they have that mindset of we're going to revenge them. But we don't want revenge. We just want to take care of ourselves. But they have their mindset. Like there's this saying, right? Do to others what you want to be done on to yourself, right? Because they've done so much bad things on us, they think we're gonna do bad on them. So they don't want us to even sit and discuss like this at a calm state of mind because they think we're going to discuss about colonizing them. It's funny. That's the head and hand, to be honest. Nothing more. And to
Yeah,
uh,
yeah.
to talk about the policy that I brainstorm right now. One policy banned unhumanistic and moral songs from our continent. Start from that. Ban immoral songs from our recreational centers. Then it's a baby step process. We can fix everything.
Yeah,
I
yeah, yeah.
agree.
He's spoken some wisdom. I think I'm going to have a like a song or like a sound when somebody says the hidden hand, like ding 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 ding.
Good one.
But yeah, that's really that's a good idea. And don't forget about the Burna Boy track because it's gonna be helpful for our concept. The monsters you made,
The
Burna
most,
Boy,
okay. I'll look
you
for
made
it.
on Twice as Tall, his new album.
Okay. Okay, we'll find it.
The name
We'll
of the
use
album
the
is
picture.
Twice as tall, twice as tall.
uh,
Okay.
at least we've got some Tanzan, do you have any policy that you could recommend or will push for as regards to what we have talked about tonight? Or I don't.
I think that there should be a council of young people who, not, when people talk about censorship, they always imagine like this terrible group of, old angry men who just sit and they don't want anything to enter the country. I think young people should be given more freedom to decide the kind of music, and the kind of image that they want to project. Sometimes we assume that all young people just want, to live the fast life and do this and that. But I think that we should have a committee of young people who actually review songs, and they decide which ones are wholesome, which ones are not. And some of them may be just harmless, some songs about just having fun and partying, nothing wrong with that. But I think that young people should be given more of a voice in saying that no, we don't want this kind of music. Like young people in America can say we don't want the kinds of music that glorify, deaths and killings and all these things. Women can say we don't want the songs that talk about, us in a degrading way, and so on. So I think that the public should also be given a right to review and to judge and to
You know how I look at that, Tanzan. When
mm,
it comes to the public,
mm,
nobody asks the public what they think.
yeah, that's
Nobody
very true.
does. Nobody does that. So what I'm trying to say to you is the public is not. The public is too individual for you to ask what's good for everyone.
Hmm.
It is. It is. It is. It is someone who has a holistic moral ground towards blackness should get to make those decisions as to what the people hear.
Okay.
It's like this. It's like this.
Mhm.
Children. Do you ask children what's good for them?
That's a fair point. Fair
So
point.
so the best parent for a child is one who has a total moral ground towards the child, who wants the child to live the best life. You feel me?
Mm.
So and then you also should not want your child to be an idiot. And you should be mindful of what your child is learning for in order to stop your child from being an idiot when they grow old. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
So I think the government are is playing a parent role, but the government is immoral. Therefore, it will enhance immoral stuff and not moral stuff. In which, well, it's things that benefit the government and their administration. That's what they're doing. They're not doing things to benefit everyone one holistically. I'm talking about my government in Jamaica. Look at my government in Jamaica, right? They make pure bad decisions. I want to tell you, reggae music is discriminated against in Jamaica. Now
Really?
they yes.
That's like their biggest exports. That's yeah.
Now they are okay. Since the 80s and 90s, they have been promoting this thing called dancehall. A bunch of morally scattered people with no love for anything black. These are the people they make play the music and make this determine what plays. So and the government is okay with that as long as it's not reggae music. Okay, so now we are scared to walk on our streets. Now we are scared of young people. Now everybody is getting shot, including women. So I'm saying that now you gonna get the impact of your actions, the reaction of your actions. What did you teach those kids that is shooting you now? That is making your streets unsafe now. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
These are the things Africa should be scared of. When our people get comfortable and in profanities against your own people, you feel me? I
Mhm.
mean, like how Africa are. Nobody promotes killing other races in Africa in their music. Why not? Why not? You feel me? Because and why it's like why you hypocrite? Why you only promote killing yourself and each other
Yes.
and gangster stuff? The gangster stuff that we promote, it's not for any other race. It's towards us, among us. How does that benefit anyone? And will you not be scared of your streets in a minute? Can you imagine these 0 years children right now? Can you imagine when they're 20 under this immoral system? They'll destroy your streets just like they destroying Jamaican streets right now. Jamaica is a little ahead of some parts of Africa in terms of domestic black and black violence. Jamaica is way deep in it. So I'm telling you, future experiences, if you don't put a plug in it. You feel me? That's what
Yes.
your streets gonna look like in a matter of minutes. We all black. We having the same experience. Only thing, it's a time warp type of thing. So you get in there, but where do you want to get? You feel me?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And when you talked about the violence we do to each other, I'll go back to Marie Antoinette's point of empathy. What we're actually teaching each other is, what's the opposite of empathy? I don't know, somebody can tell me. But, empathy is,
Wickedness, unkindness. That's the opposite.
yes. So instead of looking at each other as, what would I do in that situation? This is my brother, maybe somebody is in a position, we don't seek to understand each other. We just, go to destroy each other. When you listen to those songs, there's no empathy in that music. There's no fellow feeling. There's no feeling of this is my brother, this is my mother, father, all of that. And we just look at each other as this is just somebody to aim a gun at, or somebody, a woman to treat badly and misuse and all that. We're really sorely lacking in that empathy. And if that is what we are listening to and dancing to, even if we naturally empathetic people, that in time erodes that facility that we have towards each other. We stop seeing each other as fellow, brothers and sisters, and we just look at each other as, I don't know, meat machines. Sorry.
Yeah,
But
we need to assume consciousness in the way we speak. And I'm saying this: why we can't rap consciousness? Why we can't Afrobeat consciousness? Just like how we reggae consciousness.
Yes,
We
sir.
need to Afrobeat consciousness. You see me?
yes.
Yeah. If you want to be with the big boys, assume consciousness. If you want to roll with the big boys. You see me?
Yeah,
That's how I see it. Because
I
we
agree.
foolish any other way. The world needs to see us admiring ourselves for them to respect us, my people.
Yes, sir.
I'm done right there. Go ahead.
No, I agree. Somebody can add to that. I agree. The only thing I don't know is who is going to enforce, because it does take a strong hand. It's not something that we can just leave to the market. I think we can't force artists to we can't force creativity, but I think we can guide it. Right now, I don't see the government or whoever is in charge really doing that. So it will really have to come from the bottom and from people who care and who have a real dog in the fight. Yes.
What about black conscious youth clubs?
Yeah,
Why we can't
absolutely. Absolutely.
assume black conscious youth clubs on the continent in terms of having a oath, I swear loyalty to the black skin and patriotism to Africa, and have games of mutual respect in those clubs, and field trips to enhance our African knowledge. You feel me?
Hmm.
Trips to maybe the Swahili lost city. You feel me? And understand yourself. Get some confidence in yourself. You feel me? Take
Yes.
take take a trip to Zimbabwe and see the Great Walls of Zimbabwe, and say to yourself, our people is great. Say to the kids, that's the greatness of our people. You feel me? Say to the kids, the European stop our progress. You feel me?
Hmm.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And stole our progress. That's how we should teach the kids. You feel me? Let them
Mhm.
be rivals to Europeans. You feel me? We,
Absolutely.
we can't be this soft little people.
Mm.
You feel me?
Mhm.
Sleeping giants.
And if we at least let's say a positive aspect of it is when Mika was reviewing the songs and he said something about Ethiopian songs, they're not all just about have the trivial things in life. They actually have patriotic songs. They have songs about the country. They have songs about positive moral values. I don't know enough about it to speak, but I remember he said that a lot of Ethiopian songs are more very socially conscious, aware, and they actually have a very good message to them. So yeah.
Yeah, you're right, Tanzan, because even the European songs, there are good songs that teach moral values, that build consciousness. Uh, as he said, it's we can diminish it to black consciousness. Like we can use the term as I always think it was human consciousness, but personally, it's through my perspective. But when I see the empathy that throughout, especially the colonized nations, that shows a softness in them because we need to be brutal on this. He said
You
it
are
right.
you are seeing
Mm-hmm.
what we need. You are seeing that throughout the world, throughout time, it is only black people that needs empathy. You feel me? We can always we after we give ourselves full empathy, then we
Mm-hmm.
can have empathy on humanity.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. I
I say
agree
we
You
on
feel
don't
me?
that.
have enough for ourselves. We definitely can't have enough for everybody. So
Yeah,
we
Yeah.
can't
no,
give what we don't have.
Yeah.
yeah,
We
Yeah.
can't feed it to
my
nobody.
love is too limited to be sharing with a next race right now.
Mm.
Mm.
You need to. We need to build on our own love, our self love, self value. So
Yeah.
we can. I love your idea, black consciousness. It could be like a one Africa movement, even wider, because one
Of
Africa
course.
sometimes the term is shows it for like a one time visitor. It only shows it to be for Africans in Africa.
Mikey,
That's,
Mikey,
yeah,
I'm gonna
yeah.
tell you, not everybody is jet black in Africa, and
Mm-hmm,
that's okay. You still black, we still love you,
mm-hmm,
but call yourself black too, or else. But this is what I'm trying to say to you. I bet you the South Sudanese would not mind the rest of Africa loving blackness.
mm-hmm.
You see me? I'm talking about we need to protect the blackest of us because subconsciously they are getting the worst treatment, and somebody have to take care of our people. So they are our root. Anybody who is not that black, you came from those people. You feel me? So they are they are supposed to be they deserve white carpets. You feel me? As a matter of, let me just say this: there should be no more red carpets in Africa. We need white carpets to walk on.
Yes, sir.
But when they
You
get
feel
dirty,
me?
well,
Yes.
they get dirty first, though.
Huh?
I'm just saying. Although I was talking about the red carpets and the white carpets, but that was just like a small joke. But
No, it's
what
like the red carpet. The red
Yes.
carpet is a European thing, but we do need a carpet. So let's use the white carpet. Let's trample the white carpet all over Africa. Let's roll
Yeah.
out the red carpet for our people. Roll,
Uh,
When you think about it, why is it red though? Like, because are they making we'll walk on blood?
are they
You can
walking on our blood?
yeah, you can even interpret it in that way because everything has a meaning. Everything has a meaning. And the way I see your perspective on a white carpet, white is good in every way, not on the skin
Yeah.
tone basis, if you understand. But
This,
when we
this is
go,
the
when let me tell
yes,
you, when we
yes,
go to
Michael.
church, we wear all white. That's to represent when Christ revealed in his reincarnation, he was wearing white, and that white was so bright that even the people couldn't handle the
Yeah, but that
dark
don't that sound like
light.
S, don't
Yeah.
that sound like SUN?
Oh
Hmm,
yeah.
hmm, hmm.
Yeah.
See
Mm-hmm.
that shit?
Yeah.
That's the Christ.
Mm-hmm.
Don't let nobody trick us, man.
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
sun, the sun is
It's
the
on
light of
basic.
the world
Mm-hmm.
and the life giver.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody oppose that is blaspheming.
Mm-hmm.
That's how I see it. We was misled, man.
Yeah,
You see
for
me?
sure. Because even the sun isn't yellow. Do you know that? I think most of us. Do you guys know the sun is the
The sun
vacuum that
is
fades
shine.
into yellow.
The sun
The
is
sun is
shine.
white. Yeah, the sun is white in nature, but
Yeah,
the
and
when we
shine.
see
You see
it,
me?
yeah.
Okay. You
Mhm.
ever wondered why the rays of the sun is called rays? Isn't that raw? You ever check that shit?
No. Can you make it clear? I
The
missed your point.
ray is spelled RAY, but it's really RA.
Yeah, but that's English.
English is, by the way, like they're casting a spell on us because English itself is what's the alphabet? Spellings.
Yeah, but you
They,
know, raw is not English.
yeah, yeah, you're right. Yeah,
This is
because
very
we
English
can
just
go
pronounced
into,
it. We
yeah,
just pronounced it, but Ra
yeah.
is Egyptian. It's not English.
Mm-hmm,
There's no word in the English language like that. You
mm-hmm,
understand? So we really have to we should not underestimate our stuff.
mm-hmm,
We should listen. This is what I'm saying, right? We have been tricked. We need to go and thoroughly study everything African because everything European has been built off everything African.
mm-hmm,
Their civilization is because we had the first and the longest civilizations.
mm-hmm,
The days of the week, the days of the week is was formulated by us,
mm-hmm.
the children
Yeah.
of the sun. Time, um, hours. Heru is ours. Heru is hero. You feel me?
Mm-hmm,
Heru is Ra. Ra is the sun. The sun is ours. The sun, without the sun, you don't have hours. You don't have days. So I'm trying to say, my people, come out of the world of fantasy. Go forward. Go forward to all right. I was telling that someone in Ghana that you know in your tribes, the days of the week is God's.
mm-hmm.
A lot of
Yeah.
your tribes in Africa, the days of the week is a God. It's because the days of the week is a God. You feel me? Kwame, Kojo, all of those is a God. We have formulated these things. You feel me?
Mm-hmm,
Thousands of years before um the European Jesus. You feel me? We have formulated time, how calculation, writing. These are things to make the children um full of self-esteem, having no one above them. Can you
Yeah.
imagine an African child having no one above them?
Hmm. Can I ask a question? Do you know like a lot about Ethiopia? Like, I want to jump in because you started the topic against the naming of the weeks.
Um um Underneath. Well,
Let me tell you the naming
I,
of the weeks. In Ethiopia, we start from Uhud, meaning Ahadu, meaning one in Ge'ez. Ge'ez is the oldest language.
yes, I understand. Geez,
Yeah,
one. It means one.
one.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. The second one is called Sainyo in Amharic. That's the birth language of Ge'ez, the second birth, meaning San'ui in Ge'ez, meaning second.
Second day.
The
Okay.
next one is Magsaingo, Magsaingo, like two syllables. Mag
In
and
means
Saingo,
third.
meaning third. In Amharic, it's Magsaingo. In the Ge'ez, it's Salus, meaning three.
Yeah.
Magsaingo in the Amharic, meaning the day after Saingo. You get
Damn.
it? Mag means
That means
it
the day after
after.
the third.
Yeah, the day after the second. Actually, I'm making it a little bit complicated because
I understand though.
I'm picking up like three languages because the official language right now is Amharic and it's the birth of Ge'ez. Ge'ez is the first language, and I'm trying to explain it to you in both Ge'ez and Amharic.
Please.
But if I take it to Ge'ez, it's Salus. Salus meaning third. In the English, it's Tuesday.
Yes.
The fourth is Ra'abu, meaning four in Ge'ez, meaning Wednesday in the common. The fifth is Hamus, meaning five, Thursday. Uh,
Hamus. Damn.
Hamus, yeah. The sixth is called Arb, meaning six. That's Friday. The
Yeah.
last one is Qadamit in Ge'ez. In Amharic, it's called
God damn it.
Qadamit in Ge'ez, meaning the last. The
Damn.
Saturday is the last. And this is a lot, like you said, this goes way back, even
Way back, bro.
because they knew how to manage the times. They calculated it. Ethiopia has 13 months.
Yes, I
And
do.
because we divide all the months in 30, 30, 30, 30 days, and then the last one is Ogmi meaning uh in maths, what was a remainder. Like when you divide a number, there's remainder. Like to when you divide it, you add it up to the evens, and then there's a remainder, right? Ogmi is meaning remainder, and in 4 years it becomes five. For 4 years, it's 5 days. For the fifth year, if I'm not mistaken, I'll correct. I'll do my research and come back next time. You guys can ask me. It will become six, and that sixth day comes from the time calculated through seconds calculated every year. They all add up and add up one day every 4 years. It has its own science. If this is put up to the market, to the world, and to Africa, especially because we're all neighbors. First, you need to feed your own. If we can feed this to full Ethiopians first, then our neighboring countries,
See, that's what
then
I was saying, right? To in some other program that we need to offer to each other. We need to share. I mean, like it's like that's what I'm. It, okay, right now I think Ethiopia. needs to address part of that drought in Somalia.
Mhm.
Feel me? Ethiopia needs to
Mhm.
address it. The reason why I'm saying that you have to get
The
some
drought is also in
kindness.
Ethiopia.
You
The
have
drought is
to,
in Ethiopia.
huh?
And the drought is also in Ethiopia and Kenya also.
I, I know. Yes, 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 yes. So I'm saying the pinnacle, the highlands of Ethiopia should address these things some way. The
Mhm.
places that is not that have no drought should address the areas of the drought.
Mhm.
Do not let these people handle it all by themselves. You feel me?
Yes, sir.
It's called empathy. That's the word, right?
Yeah, you're.
Empathy. We should not. We should listen. We should have so much pride that we should not permit any one of us to suffer just because people gonna see that.
Mhm.
This is the type of pride we should have. Like just because you don't want nobody to come with no videotape and tape my brother begging on the street, we gonna do something about his situation that he don't have to beg.
Mhm.
Instead of we not minding because our brother has a big mouth and he talks a little stuff sometimes that upset you, you don't mind seeing him poor and have to beg you. These are the things that is stupid. You know that's what's going on, right? If you get another brother upset, he wants to see you poor. He wants to see you down. These are the things we should stop. You feel me? Even me, I'm not perfect. I've been faulty in a lot of stuff, but I'm
I'm
trying to
sorry,
do
maybe
things.
I'm just going to interrupt a little bit. There seems to be some kind of troll in the comment section. I don't know if we have control over that.
We got to
Yeah,
throw
Yeah, there's somebody just
adult dating site. Somebody,
yeah.
you got to you got to give people that spanner, that range.
Yeah, the truth hurts some people. That's why they're trying to take our attention away. This is
Yes.
the motto. By the way,
Yes,
don't
it's
be
true.
surprised on this kind of stuff. Like some
I
people,
shot my back
yeah,
for those
like some
people.
people, yeah, bad man, yeah, bad
Okay.
man. By the way, I like the Jamaican vibe. I love the Rasta community. Like do you know Sydney Solomon, Shashamani?
I think I heard him before.
Yeah, like he was like in my neighborhood, and we were really good brothers. And he's actually he's my parents' best friend. He
Friend.
was before he
Right.
left. Yeah, but he used to admire me. He used to come up when I was playing ball. He used to appreciate respect. Like he knows
Motivate
more
you.
about, yeah, he knows more about Ethiopia than I do and my parents do, and he used to amaze me. Like
He motivate you. That's nice.
yeah, yeah. So these are like you said, empathy.
That's great, man.
Yeah,
You know he wanted to teach you stuff.
mm-hmm,
If you had maybe it's sometimes people have to hold off with certain knowledge
mm-hmm,
because it's kind of imposing, just like
mm-hmm,
I'm imposing certain stuff and I don't care. But
mm-hmm.
when you in the community, you have to really care about what you say when you upfront with our people. So
Mm-hmm,
sometimes he wanted to teach you some stuff. You feel me? But he maybe don't know how to do it because of the environment. You
yeah,
feel me?
like
Yeah.
that's most of our problems because uh, when you open up, you most of us these days think it's useless because the knowledge I have, if I open up, it's gonna bring more trouble to me. Do I want that? But we need to,
Sometimes we have to go down for our people.
yeah, we need to sacrifice. Like,
Yeah.
I
Marcus
acquired this
Garvey,
kind of,
Marcus
yeah.
Garvey could have got rich all on his own and don't give a mess about none of us.
Hmm.
Instead, they assassinated him because of he wants better for our people. He was disregarding how he was looked upon and
Hmm.
thought of. You feel me? That's why I don't that's why I speak this way without diplomacy.
Hmm.
Because we need to get it straight. We need to stop acting like somebody should care about how you gonna take it emotionally.
Hmm.
You feel me? Sometimes, all right, does hungry care about how you gonna get mad if you hungry? Hungry don't care about that.
Hmm.
Poverty don't care how your neighbor's gonna get angry. Poverty don't care about that stuff.
Hmm.
So that's why you should get truth plainly,
Yeah, that's it.
regardless of your feelings.
The truth hurts, but it set you free. That's the motto.
Yeah. So I'm saying I might be getting in trouble.
Hmm.
Um Somalia needs to offer um Ethiopia a goddamn port in their extensive um um sea course that they security in from the next from the other African nations. Everybody wants to hold raw material for their own self as if that's for their children. That's for our children.
Hmm.
You feel me? Instead of slowing down another people's um upliftment, you feel me? What don't we want ships? Don't we want like it's like we don't want it's like we playing, man. We
Yeah,
we
but
we, we playing.
to be honest, let me bring back
Yeah.
bring all it back to the moral and ethics part.
Yes.
Uh, it's basis on ethics because sometimes when you're good, people think you're what to
Tough.
say dumb. Yeah, like when you're too humble, people think that you're good to be used. That's how every
It's true.
most of like
Black people though.
yeah, black people don't. That's what I'm saying. That's
No, I'm
why
saying
we
it's
are
black
poor.
people that stays like that.
Mm.
If you
That's
if you
because
if you go ahead and be kind to black people, some black people, they'll
Mhm.
think you're stupid.
Yeah, yeah. Hmm.
They will think you are stupid. You know, art. A lot of African Americans come in to
Hmm.
Africa and be trying to be kind and all that. You know, a lot of Africans think they're stupid.
Yeah,
You know that.
that's the problem because it all comes to the where they've been. That's when empathy comes in because uh, you're highly influenced by the environment you live in. So if you were the most humble person and you go to the most individualist and the fittest shall survive society, then you're bound to be a selfish person when you come back home. So you can't under communicate with the people that used to be so humble, but you've changed and the community is still the same. So then there should be patience. That's why I said a little bit earlier, patience is the main value we need right now because we need to emphasize on the especially the diasporas because I don't want to call them diasporas. I just want to call them people that
The
are living
Africans
outside.
abroad.
Yeah,
Say the
African
Africans
abroad. Yeah,
abroad.
On point. Yeah.
That's a good way to put it. That's
Yeah,
Yeah.
like
call us the
Yeah.
Africans abroad. I'll highly appreciate that shit.
Yeah. The Africans that are living outside of Africa. Yeah.
Yeah.
The Africans abroad. Yeah. That's
Or
what
the
I want.
or
So,
you can also call us the kidnapped Africans.
yeah, the kidnap.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we prefer that than call us Jamaicans and all that stuff. Call us
Okay.
the kidnapped Africans if you want to distinguish between the Africans that moved and the Africans that got kidnapped.
Okay. On point.
Yeah.
So we need to keep on this going. We need to be patient because, like you said, I understand your tone because I was trying to understand the energy that you were in. I was waiting. I was about to ask you where you're from. Then you said it yourself. You're in Jamaica. That's
Yeah.
why I understand the level. But
I'm
they're
in
trying.
America. I'm in
Oh,
America,
oh, you're in America.
but I'm from Jamaica.
Okay,
I
okay,
was born in Jamaica,
okay.
from Africa. I'm from Africa.
Yeah, yeah, I understand. Yeah, that's this. I just want to, like you said, empathy and patience. That should be our motto right now, and black consciousness.
Yes, that should be our motto. In fact, if I was running Africa,
Hmm.
the constitution would start with I swear loyalty to the black skin and patriotism to Africa. That should be our oath of the oath of the government, where soldiers say, listen, we need a structure for the army. The army and police in Africa is a very dangerous thing if you're not careful.
Hmm.
Very dangerous. If you don't if you don't have an army that is dedicated to the lives of black people, you done for. You have to have an army and a police force that is for the upliftment of our race.
Hmm.
You have to have parliament leaders. That's why I say we have to, all right, like me, like the six of us, right?
Hmm.
Say the six of us have um um $100,000 US each. We say, okay, we want to make a change, but we don't want to make a foolish change. We want to make a change that has impact. So we gonna take $20,000 each, in which that would be 110,000,
20, 120.
$120,000. Okay, so watch this now. So we gonna do like this. The ministries of education in 6 countries,
Hmm.
we gonna we gonna we gonna we gonna use $20,000 for to sort of dictate what is being taught in the what is being distributed to be taught in the ministries of education in schools. So we could say, okay, here you go, we have $5,000 for free, for nothing. But we gonna say we have another $5,000 to contribute if you teach, if you you gonna but you gonna have to teach black studies in schools. You feel me? You're gonna have to teach John Henry Clark, Dr. Amos Wilson, um, Things Fall Apart by the Nigerian.
Mm.
You're gonna have to teach all of those black books in school. The philosophies and opinions of Marcus Garvey, all of them, you're gonna have to teach in schools.
And by the way,
And then
that's what
you
we're going to be looking at on Tuesday.
yeah,
The Chinua
yeah.
Achebe's Things Fall Apart into
So
regard to our discussion.
okay. So there is where you gonna do like this and contribute
Reading up
another
between.
five. Hold on, and then you gonna contribute another $5,000 and say here's some books also, and start distributing, start printing black books, start this and that black books, right? And then you start contributing for those reasons, and the ministries of education will be glad for these contribution in their struggling educational educational economies. You understand what I'm saying? So what you think they're doing to Africa? That's what they're doing to Africa. They leading us with a carrot. Feel me?
Mhm.
And then
Yeah.
why we prefer China? Because China has a non-interference approach. Because America that and England that y'all love so much tell you what to do when they are distributing funds. Am I lying or am I lying? No, I'm not. Go ahead, my people.
Yeah, like you're right. On the comment side, there's a huge conversation on going from the topic that I started. And I like to say, Jonathan, the part that you said Sabat is seven. Yeah, you're right. In Amharic, Sabat means seven. But when we see, it's based on Sunday. But Sunday is a Sunday, meaning they're like making us worship fallen angels that fall onto the sun. That's more of another dimension that we need to look up on. We should start, by the way, a topic on our knowledge about spirits and stuff like that. So I wanted to say to Jonathan, Sunday is Ahadu on Ethiopia, meaning the first day. But they're saying the first day of the week is Monday. It's all of misleading. That's what the main topic of the world is, misleading the main population and putting it to
You know
the
why they call Sunday the first day? Because
and Mhm.
because it's Sunday, SUN day.
Yeah, but it also has another thing because when we see it from a spiritual perspective,
Yeah.
when God removed Satan from the heavens and made him fall down, he sent him with his crew, and he had a lot of crew that were like the fallen angels, and some fell on the sun, some fell on the moon, some fell on Mars, Jupiter, on the planets. Even I can name it
Hey,
next time
Mikey,
if you want. There's a wide scope. There's a book on based on
Mikey,
this. It's written in
Mikey.
Amharic. Yeah,
I'm glad that you came with this subject.
yeah,
Uh,
for
I,
sure.
a lot of that is in the book of Enoch also, right?
Yes, yes,
Okay,
you're right.
I'm going to give you a way to look at the book of Enoch.
Mm-hmm,
And because all of them is in comparison, the Bible and the book of Enoch.
mm-hmm,
What I'm trying to what it is all about chemistry. It is all about a chemical mixture and a reaction of chemicals. It is just check it, right? Just check what I'm saying to you.
mm-hmm. Yeah,
Um
for sure.
these stories in the Bible is about the elements. You see me? They just put it in human form, but it's about the elements.
Mm-hmm.
You see
So
me?
that we can understand in an imaginary way. I think that's the point you want to
No, yes,
express, right?
they have put it in human form as a trick, especially um the the Christians and Islam. It's like, okay, all Islam used to do more chemistry.
Mm-hmm,
You feel me? Before Muhammad and these little people,
mm-hmm,
because they got that from Egypt. Egypt used the sun and stars as chemistry and made up chemical mixtures. You feel
mm-hmm,
me? Out because that is how the pyramid was built, because of mathematical equations which is mathematics, is chemistry. You
Mm-hmm.
feel me?
Mm-hmm.
The Christ is SUN. The disciples is the zodiac.
Mm-hmm.
What all of it is, listen, all of it is to teach us chemistry on earth. Chemistry is God. You have to use God to create. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
Whether to destroy or to make life
Mm-hmm.
um go on further or better. You
Mm-hmm.
feel me? So a lot we are being tricked to be what you call it, detoured for development. If we think of God this way, then our lives will only be self development towards us. We wouldn't be thinking that somebody is going to come save us and all of that stuff, because the Son, SUN, is there forever and make us live forevermore. We have to judge each other. We are the judges of each other, even in the spiritual realms. You feel me? So that's why we mistaken that 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 this thing about this man thing. You feel me? How come
Mm-hmm.
there is two virgin birth? If you have a set in which a set was the virgin that got Heru, how come there's another virgin birth which is similar? One must be fake.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And how can something 5,000 or more years old be the fake? You feel me? So when I, as my people, are former slaves and was indoctrinated in that this white man is Christ and all of that stuff, then I see our people 5,000 years giving us the real program and the real mental programming that we should have. And who am I to not accept that? Who am
Yes,
I?
sir.
Who am I to hold on to the slave master tradition?
But by the way, let me jump in on here, and
Yes, sir.
uh, it's all based on imaginary because if when you read a book, when you listen to music, the imagination itself is created by your own brains. But if they make a movie and if they make a music video, you're gonna have that perception.
So where is heaven then?
Heaven
Is
first
heaven
is,
is in heaven is in your mind.
yeah, and second is after you leave your flesh, there's the after heaven. But
I don't hold
it's
on. Can you
because
hold
for
on one
I
second,
I
Mikey.
yeah.
Do not speak about after death. I think that is very presumptuous.
Oh, okay.
You feel me?
Yeah, it's on
We
our
we
current
are only
basis.
we are only tolerated to
Mm-hmm.
speak about life,
Mm-hmm.
because that is the all we have power over. We can choose to live in hell or we can choose to live in heaven.
Mm-hmm.
Heaven is what you make it.
Mm-hmm.
If your mind is not at peace, then you are living in hell.
Mm-hmm.
Heaven is in your mind. The balance of good and evil is what the mind contend with. And
Mm-hmm.
if you have no balance of the bad things, then bad will overwhelm your mind, in which it will make you live in hell. You feel me? Like white people living in hell in
Mm-hmm.
their mind.
Mm-hmm.
You feel me?
I
So
can fire. I differ on that because it's not something that we're gonna say the whole white population or any other the way it comes to religion, because right now it's getting we're
Bob
getting off
Marley
topic.
says, Bob Marley says, you think you're living in heaven, but you're living in hell.
Yeah, on time will tell track. Yeah.
So it's because you
Well,
created that hell for your own self,
Mhm.
and or somebody
like,
created it for you. That's the
well,
only way you can live in hell.
Yeah.
I
Let's
can
stop right
fire.
here and we'll
Yeah, I can
move on
fire
to
on this
topic.
topic. I just want to make sure that it's understood that we're gonna bring the theologist and somebody that's gonna be really explaining us all these different things. There are people that spend their time, and it comes from African to Africans. So we're getting out of the topics of today, and we
It's
need to
true.
get back.
Yeah. It's all. By the way, I really appreciate it on here. This like we're all being free and teaching one another. It's hard to end this kind of conversations just through one session. So,
It
like you
really
said,
is.
we're
It really is.
yeah, yeah. But like
Mhm.
we picking up the topics and the titles is really good in my perspective. I like the agenda uh, because we're not gonna finish it today, but we're being productive on the daily agenda. I believe so.
I
I don't know.
really appreciate this conversation. A lot of people sometimes when I speak, they think I'm in they claim opposition real quick.
Mhm.
And I'll be like, well, if we black, why do you claim opposition so quickly? Do you claim opposition on white things that quickly? When
Mhm.
white propositions, do you claim opposition towards that quickly? You
Mhm.
feel me? So we need to have this as Mikey said, empathy, tolerance to blackness.
Absolutely.
You feel
And
me?
don't take me wrong. I can fire. I hear you,
No,
and
I don't.
at the same time, what I just brought up, we just go on a little bit off the subject on what we have today. That's what I meant. There's a lot of things that we can talk about in one session, and then we're going to end up on having a longer session, and at the same time, trying to get back to on track. Because when
You
it
know,
comes to
sometimes one
this
second
issue
again,
of
Biggie.
religion, okay, when it comes to a question of religion and who's Christ and all that, it's going to be another whole new subject, and we can debate on it.
So
But we want
Biggie,
to make sure that
I
we got
wanna
somebody.
Biggie, I wanna show you something about life and when we hold in a real conversation. Did you know that there's only one um right way? There's only one right. There's not
Yes,
two, three rights. There's only one right.
yeah,
So
that's the main thing.
what I'm
Yes.
trying to say is um every time we hold in a conversation, there's one thing always come up.
Mhm.
What's in our way? Every time we hold in a conversation, the question of Christianity and Islam come up. We could be 1,000 miles away from it, but it has to come up in a little minute. Just wait, just hold on. It gonna come up. Why? You know why? Because it's the elephant in the room and it needs to be addressed. Our
Okay.
conversation
No,
gone, or if we want to get to the bottom of the conversation, it will always end up there. Always.
yeah. Okay, guys. Guys, I think I have a very interesting idea. How about since it's already going for 423 minutes? Let's say the prayer. We close the stream and maybe you guys finish this backstage.
Prayer.
Yeah.
Who,
What do you
who,
guys?
all right, what we gonna pray
Sorry, what
for?
did you say, Mwenda
All right,
Tezi?
hold on. Wait,
Yeah.
wait. I heard what he said. He said prayers, but I'm gonna ask this. What are we gonna pray for? Houses? Well, hold on. Trees, animals, rivers.
I
That's
pray for the
all.
stream. For the
That's
stream for
all.
people.
Hold on. All God give us is trees, gold, rivers, honey, milk, and honey. What else we gonna ask God for in prayers? What?
Okay. Okay.
I
Okay.
mean, we are people. Listen, I'm telling you, we are being tricked. You hear? We are being
I'm
tricked.
sorry,
I
I can
get you.
fire.
I get you.
I
I'm really
understand. I
sorry.
understand. I
No,
listen.
no,
I
I am
understand
sorry to say that I can
I
fire. I'll tell you
understand the
one
thing
thing.
of prayers and
I'll
all
tell you
that.
one thing. Listen, there's something that we always put precedence on our prayers. If you don't believe in the prayer, it's up to you.
It's true.
But
You
for
understand.
us,
I
we're gonna
understand.
continue.
I understand.
But we're gonna be continuing to pray to the Almighty for the Father and the Son and the Holy Spirit. Because if you don't understand that, I said I'll bring somebody that's gonna explain us. If there's anybody that can wish and pray for the betterness of us and in the continent, we're gonna state that. If there's a problem, I understand, but this is how we start with the prayer, we end with the prayer. So we got to respect the
All right.
moderator.
Okay.
So this is our
Yeah.
tradition. This is how we're gonna do it. This is not about a white and black thing. This is the peace for all of us, for us to be safe in everything that we do. In order to comes into that really this real discussion, like I said, I'll bring the theologists that really went through the whole experience, and I pray so you can come on this show
So
because
to
that will
me,
explain us.
so to me, if you start it with Christianity and end it with Christianity, that means we Christians and we not planning
But
on doing nothing about Christianity.
it's not
Okay,
about
but I respect y'all views. My mom is a Christian, but I respect all your views. So okay,
Okay, let's remain silent and pray. Thank you guys for the stream. So it's been beautiful. So yeah, let's bow down and pray. Heavenly Father, thank you for this beautiful week. May we have plenty more. In the name of Jesus. Amen.
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 Great show, guys. I really want to appreciate everybody that come and join Monday Tezi today, and have please have yourself been subscribed. Those that didn't subscribe, and those that have been watching this, and don't forget to like on your way out, or just make sure that you would click that like button. And I really appreciate Icon Fired for coming up in this discussion. There's a lot of valuable information that's been taken. Mikias, the same thing. Marie Antoinette, always. And I always extend my prayer to Marie Antoinette to have her healing and have her blessing in this process that she's going through. And the same thing with Kaku and
Thank
Kuku, and as well Dr. Sadeke. And plus for Mika, that needs all the prayers in order to maintain us the way we are on this platform. And I again learned one thing. Thanks to God. I really appreciate everybody.
Yeah, I appreciate
Thank you,
everybody.
Tanzan.
thank you.
Thanks. Appreciate
Thanks.
it.
Yeah, thanks. We gotta
Uh,
learn that one.
thoughts,
There is
guys.
Well,
Yeah,
Mwenda Tezi, I think you
especially
went halfway yesterday's record.
Yeah. You guys wanted to break it today. I could see it. I could.
I
You guys
came
wanted to
in
break
at
it.
the end of it. I thought, oh, we're almost going off. Oh, an hour and a half later, we are still here.
yeah. It was good.
But
Yeah,
it's
I'd like to say
beautiful.
also thank you to I can fire. I see you in the comments. Yeah, thank you for coming
Thank
on.
you.
You're always welcome to join and contribute. And everybody in the chat, man, it's been a beautiful stream. I've learned a lot. I think there's been a lot
Yes,
of
me
learning.
too. I
Yeah,
learned a whole lot. I mean, I know Aboyak says we're off topic, but sometimes you have to go off the beaten path, to get something back. So, yeah, today was very enlightening, and I have
yeah,
more to learn. So I'm going to look up the information that was shared, and yeah, thank you all.
that's what makes it the African taste. It's taking it to the off topic and caring about each other. If we were of more of the white and the politicians, we would have just said what would need to be said, and we wouldn't interact in a free way and learn from each other. This is the African taste of it. I believe so.
That's the
Yeah.
beauty of seeing the interconnectedness of everything.
Hmm.
Hmm.
Yes. Okay. Okay. Have a good one. Good night from my time span. See you guys.
Yeah, and I just want
man.
to say one more thing that when you guys mentioned about the show yesterday, I tried to get back for some reason. I cannot unmute it. It just I had to reboot and everything else. Thank you so much for yesterday's support. And who was there? Sam was there, and then Tanzan, of course. A lot of people were there. Very unfunny. Thank you so much for the support. I mean, thanks for the support. And we had a great 9 hour and 43 minutes. That was a record. Again, it wasn't for all of you, it wouldn't happen.
Yeah. So let's see what I can. Bye, guys.
All right.
Bye.
Bye. Have a good one. You got the